1, 2. Can you hear me? 1, 2. Okay, finally. 1, 2. Can you hear me? You can't hear this now. Can you? You can't hear this. Okay. I know. Good morning, everybody. Just before I start and get underway, can I ask all those of you who are coming into the room to please take your seats because we're about to begin. I'm just going to move over here. No, I don't. Can you hear me when I speak like this? No. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, while the AV team fix my microphone, I'm going to just use this microphone. So if we can close the doors, that would be great. So hello and welcome everyone to the Interreg Mediterranean Multi-Programme Mechanism, past that last event, Collaborating for Sustainable Tourism in the Mediterranean. Welcome to beautiful Split, where we'll be here for the next couple of days, and what a fantastic place to hold this event. And welcome to those of you joining us here in the auditorium in Split at the Radisson Blu Hotel. It's great to see so many of you here. And a very warm welcome to those of you joining us online, and particularly to those of you who could not make it here in person because of the particular situation in your regions. It's really lovely to have so many of you with us. My name is Karen Coleman. I'm a journalist and a broadcaster from Ireland, and I moderate many conferences, and I have the privilege of being the moderator of this event over the next couple of days. Before we begin, I'm just going to briefly refer to a couple of housekeeping issues. This event is live streamed, but just to let you know, for those of you who are joining us online, there isn't any interaction on the web streaming platform, but you will be able to take part in the Slido questions and answers session. In terms of social media, for those of you who would like to engage in social media, I'll just read out the hashtags: hashtag Paths That Last, hashtag MMM, hashtag Interreg, hashtag Sustainable Tourism, hashtag Mediterranean, and hashtag Stronger Together. I mentioned Slido because that's the interactive program that we're going to be using that will enable you to answer polls and questions. If you want to get started, because we'll run a warm-up poll just a little further down in the agenda, but you go on to slido.com and you insert the hashtag MMM. And so just to give you a very brief introduction to this event, this year's Paths That Last, Collaborating for a Sustainable Tourism in the Mediterranean, is a key event organised by the Mediterranean Multi-Programme Mechanism, which is the Interreg Euro-MED Programme, and that is a part of, together with Interreg Greece-Cyprus, Italy-Croatia, Italy-Slovenia, Italy-France Maritime, Italy-Malta, Italy-Tunisia and NEXT MED. And by bringing together the project partners from the 8 programs, this event offers a unique opportunity to connect with project partners and beneficiaries across the 8 programs. You will also get to share insights, best practices and results from sustainable tourism initiatives. And very importantly, you will have the opportunity to co-develop strategies and key recommendations to influence the future of tourism in the Mediterranean. So over the next 2 days, we will have a mix of roundtable discussions, keynote speeches and workshops covering a range of topics. It's going to be a very busy 2 days. Let's get started. And now, to begin our opening welcoming speeches, I'd like to invite on stage Mateja Dorčić, the Deputy Mayor of the City of Split. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our beautiful city. I'm very honored to greet you today on the behalf of our mayor, Mr. Tomislav Šuta, and the whole administration from City of Split. With the achievement of a generational goal joining the European Union, numerous opportunities and prospects opened for our young country. We saw EU funds as an essential opportunity to transfer our ideas into projects and to improve the quality of life for our citizens. the benefits of entering the open Schengen area, along with its advantages that brought us, also presented numerous challenges. One such challenge, closely tied to our priceless UNESCO cultural heritages, mostly the Diocletian Palace, you all know, is ensuring a balance between the everyday life of local residents and tourism. In other words, ensuring sustainability. We strive for tourism that complements local life rather than placing extensive strain on infrastructure, something that ultimately benefits no one. The local population suffers, and our dear visitors are unable to enjoy high-quality holiday experience. By using European funds, we are working to tackle all these challenges, from funding for urban mobility to newly reopened Žnjan Plateau near our hotel. We look forward to exchanging experience and, most importantly, learning from the practice of all your cities and countries with similar issues that we can all together preserve and value our Mediterranean way of life. I wish you a very successful conference, and once more, welcome to our beautiful city, and I hope you will enjoy your staying here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And now I'd like to invite our next speaker, Stipe Chogelia, the Deputy County Prefect of Split, Dalmatia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear distinguished guests, participants, dear friends from all over Europe. I wish you all welcome here in Split and Dalmatia County, city of Split, in the name of our prefect, Mr. Blaženko, of course in my own name. EU membership has brought numerous benefits for Split and Dalmatia County. Through the Interreg programs, we gained the opportunity to exchange experiences and implement major projects of international importance. One such project that must be highlighted is fire spill, which would not have been possible without a model of international cooperation. The main goals of the fire spill project are to enhance the capacities of emergency services in order to improve cross-border effectiveness in responding to disaster caused by natural or human-induced factors, thereby reducing the exposure of the population to such risk. Through the fire spill project, we established a Center for Advanced Training in Firefighting and Civil Protection of the Split and Dalmatia County in Vučevica, here near Split. This center will serve as a hub for coordination, education, and training of personnel in the field of protection against natural and other disasters. In the second phase, the construction and the equipping of simulation facilities is ongoing. As we have seen just a few days ago, climate change significantly impacts tourism by increasing exposure to natural disasters. Aware of the challenges ahead and looking toward the next financial framework beyond 2027, we are eager to exchange ideas, experiences, and visions, because sustainable tourism is undoubtedly the strategic commitment of our county. At the end, I wish you a fruitful conference and all the best at your professional and private lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to now welcome our next speaker, Zrinka Raguž, State Secretary who manages the Ministry of Regional Development and EU funds in Croatia.
Good morning to everybody. Dear State Secretary Mikulic, dear Deputy Prefect Chogelja, dear Deputy Mayor Dorčić, dear representatives of the European Commission, dear representatives of the Interreg management authorities, distinguished tourism experts. It is my distinct honor to welcome you in beautiful Split, Dalmatia County, a city and a region that plays a significant role in Croatia's tourism and Mediterranean identity. For centuries, the Mediterranean region has served as a vibrant meeting point, acting as a bridge between the three continents. Indeed, the MED area embraces territories with extremely diverse characteristics in terms of geography, biodiversity, and even development rates. By saying this, I would like to draw your attention to the necessity of working hand in hand in order to ensure the future that the Mediterranean deserves. Let me express my sincere appreciation for the work done so far within the framework of the multi-program Mediterranean mechanism. This pilot initiative has successfully brought together around the same table 8 Interreg programs, with the goal of co-creating the sustainable tourism policies in the region. It could not be done without the initiative of the visionary individuals and the joint commitment looking towards the future, trying to reduce the disparities and build on common challenges and interests. Contributing 10% of the EU's GDP, tourism is a vital economic driver. And as such, it's one of the core growth generators, but it's also extremely sensitive to crisis, which was proven during the outbreak of the COVID pandemic. Tourism has many faces, and not all of them are nice. Its downsides are felt all across the mid-region. We are experiencing the tourism-related climate changes, loss in biodiversity, traffic congestions, and population decline. This calls for a joint action. Being part of the European and Mediterranean family, Croatia remains deeply committed to the idea of sustainable tourism for the benefit of the whole region and its inhabitants. We strongly support the initiatives devoted to better policy coordination and capitalization in the field of sustainable tourism in the Med region. Let us continue to build the cooperation conceived around the multi-program Mediterranean mechanism and learn how to be stronger together. I give my full trust to the people gathered within this valuable initiative to build and implement a vision of a sustainable and people-friendly Mediterranean region. The presence of the young people who are here today with us makes me even more confident of the idea of a bright future ahead of us. In closing, allow me to thank you all for the cooperation and active contribution to shaping of the touristic yet sustainable Mediterranean region. Thank you very much. I wish you a nice stay here in Split and a successful work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, State Secretary. And now we have a short video message from Dubravka Šuica, the European Commissioner for the Mediterranean.
Dear participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address you today at the opening of the Forum on New Concepts of Sustainable Tourism in the Mediterranean. Tourism is an important sector of the European economy, generating approximately 10% of the European Union's GDP. In some Mediterranean countries, such as Croatia, Greece, Italy, and Spain, it reaches up to 25% of their GDP. This sector thrives thanks to the hard work of 20 million people across the European Union in over 3 million companies, 99% of which are small and micro enterprises. But this high share of tourism comes with challenges, such as the environmental impact, unequal coastal development, and increased demand for water, food, and services. Yet today, European tourism stands before a unique opportunity. An opportunity to strengthen the sector and be ready to respond to the challenges, competitive and sustainable, and building on the unique qualities and diversity of its natural and cultural heritage. In this mandate, the European Commission for the first time has a dedicated portfolio for tourism, and it is with my dear Greek colleague Apostolos Tsikostas. This reflects the importance we attach to tourism at European level. To harness the potential of this sector, we will present a new European strategy for sustainable tourism in early 2026. It is going to define a long-term vision for a tourism model that is environmentally sustainable, that is digital, resilient, and inclusive. It will stimulate innovation and promote quality jobs and fair working conditions across the sector. This strategy will build on the tools we already have, including cohesion policy, which is the most powerful instrument for sustainable regional development. But we cannot design this strategy alone. The Commission has already launched a consultation with tourism stakeholders across Europe. We need your experience, we need your contribution. I would also like to stress the importance of regional cooperation. This forum is a great overview of successful inter-regional projects. Such cooperation exploits the full potential of different regions and helps address challenges. That is why, within the framework of the new Pact for the Mediterranean, which I intend to present in October, we are going to pay special attention to regional cooperation in every sense. It will also include tourism as a bridge between people, cultures, and economies. Dear participants, to conclude, I invite you to keep on working together. We need to ensure that tourism in the Mediterranean and across Europe is not only a driver of growth, but also a force of sustainability, identity, and cohesion. And let us build paths that will last for our people, for our environment, and for the future of the entire Mediterranean. Thank you.
Commissioner Dubravka-Šuica there. And our final welcoming opening speaker I'd now like to invite on stage is Jean-Pierre Halkan, Head of Unit for the European Commission's Interreg Cross-Border Cooperation, Internal Borders, Directorate General for Regional and Urban Policy.
Good morning, everyone. I'm really impressed by the audience. So, first of all, I would like to thank Mrs. Dorcic, Mr. Kajelia, and Mrs. Haguch for their intervention, which are setting the scene on why this initiative, the Mediterranean multi-program mechanism, is so important. It is indeed important from a political point of view, but it is somehow a technical initiative. I will intervene twice today, so I will only say just a few words about why it is important in this context. We have been speaking about synergies and collaboration between Interreg programs since 2019, when the Commission issued the orientation paper for the cooperation around the Mediterranean Sea Basin. And since that moment, we've been looking at ways to strengthen synergies and collaboration between Interreg programs, and we launched the MEDLab initiative together with the support of all the Interreg programs, but also the support of Interreg and TESIM. This has been successful, but some had the idea that it could go further and deeper to have a bottom-up initiative. For such an initiative to be a success, we need three elements. We need to have the right context, the right process, and the right stakeholders. And here we have in the room the perfect setup of practitioners who are there to discuss how we can concretely develop collaboration and synergies between programs. Regarding the process, I will just say that it has been something that has taken years to mature. As we discussed just a few minutes ago with Cosio, we started the discussion, or Cosio and colleagues started the discussion about this idea since 2019, and now we're in 2025, and we have a mature concept. Regarding the context, I think that no context can be more suitable for such an initiative than sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean Sea Basin. We heard about the importance of tourism in the Sea Basin from an economic point of view. We also heard that it goes hand in hand with preserving environment, addressing climate change. And we know that Interreg is the tool provided by the European Union to develop cooperation around the whole sea basin. I mean by staying within the EU and also looking at all the friendly countries which are around the EU that we want to work and cooperate with on an equal footing. But now, having the right context will not guarantee success. We know also that this context is particularly complex. We have land cooperation, we have maritime cooperation. We have internal cooperation within the EU, with also external cooperation with IPA, CBC, and Interreg NEXT. We have also a climate, a geopolitical situation, which is making the situation more difficult, and we have some particular challenge on the sea basin, like security, that will never go unnoticed. So on our side, we are really looking, on the Commission side, we are looking at all the ways we can use to support the development of this mechanism in order to make it a success story, in order that it can inspire all the Interreg program whenever we will discuss post-2027, which will start in a few weeks, as you know. So I'm looking forward to attend all the sessions of this meeting, of this event, and I will certainly be very excited to bring back lessons learned and strong message from you to Brussels. Thank you very much.
Still isn't working. Okay. I'll just stay here, so I'll use this microphone here. Okay, so thank you very much to all of our opening speakers. Thank you so much for your time and for your thoughts. If you want to leave, yes, of course. Thank you for that. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps you could say thanks again to our opening speakers. Thank you. And a big warm welcome again to those of you who may have joined us since we started. So very nice to see so many of you here in the conference room in Split. And again, a warm welcome to those of you joining us online. So before we start with our first round table, I'd like to get you connected to Slido, which is the interactive tool that we're going to be using over the next 2 days. And that's going to enable you to share your views, answer questions, answer some polls. Those of you joining us online will be able to use Slido as well. So just a reminder, in order to get onto Slido, and we'll just do 1 or 2 warm-up questions now, can you please go and log on to slido.com, and if you insert the hashtag MMM, which you can see on the screen there. So if you can go on and log on to slido.com, insert the hashtag, and let's go to the first warm-up question. So Vincent at the bottom of the room is organising the Slido questions. So Vincent, if you can project our first question, you should be able to see it online. It's what is the age range of the people in the room and online? This is important in terms of the youth representative panel that we'll have a little later as well. So if you can answer that question, do we have that slide? Okay, so what is, no, that's the second one, I think. Okay, we're getting our slides mixed up. Are we doing the second one? Okay, if it's the second one, do you work in sustainable tourism? Okay, do we have that slide up? Now, can you start it and just run the poll? If you do just stick with the sustainable tourism. Do you work in sustainable tourism, yes or no? Let's just do that one. Okay. If this doesn't work, then we'll move on, and maybe you can sort out the Slido poll then afterwards. Okay, we won't waste any more time on the Slido, so if you can get that sorted, because we've got a lot to work through. So if you can work on the Slido system in the background, and then we'll move on to the round table and we'll go back to Slido. So it's time now for the first round table session of the event, and its theme is Stronger Together, the experiences of the multi-program Mediterranean mechanism. So during this session, representatives of the 8 MMM programs will share their experiences of the MMM, and they're also going to discuss how they tackled the different joint activities included in the action plan for 2024 to 2025. So I'm now going to invite all of our panelists to join me on stage, and if you can sit, if the very first person goes to the very far seat, and then everyone follows after that. So that way I'll be able to know who's sitting on each seat. So I'd like to welcome now our speakers on stage. Silvia Comiati from the Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Croatia. Silvia, so if you can take your seat over at the far end. And our next speaker is Guillaume Houet, Managing Authority of Interreg Euro-MED. Our third participant is Aldo Puleo, Managing Authority of Interreg NEXT MED. And we'll also be joined by Filippo Giabani from the Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-France Maritime. Our next speaker is Vaya Tissia Gante, Managing Authority of Interreg Greece-Cyprus. Our next speaker is Daniela Segreto, Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Malta and Italy-Tunisia. And finally, our final panelist is Francesca Sibella, from the Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Slovenia. You're all very welcome. I'm going to leave the Slido poll for the moment. I've asked Song, if you think it's working, you can come up and just let me know. But rather than take a chance with that, we'll just get straight down to business. You're all very welcome. You have microphones beside you. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to all of you with the first round of questions to do with the MMM, and then we'll follow up. So we're going to start with the genesis of the Mediterranean multi-programme mechanism, and I'm going to begin with the three founding programmes. So if I go to you first, Guillaume Houet, Managing Authority of Interreg Euro-MED. How did you come up with the idea of the coordination mechanism?
Thank you for the question, and good morning to everybody. So this initiative is born basically at the beginning of the current programming period, and linked also with the MedLab initiative mentioned before by Jean-Pierre Alquin. And just to say that this initiative is also based on the recommendation of the European Commission within the orientation paper addressed to the Interreg Euro-MED programme for this period. The idea was, in fact, it was suggested by the European Commission to encourage the coordination between the different programs in terms also in terms of capitalization, and to facilitate the integration into the different public policy within the Mediterranean regarding the most promising solution. The idea then was to integrate and collaborate with the Adriatic and Ionian strategy, with West Med strategy, of course with the different transnational program, Euro-MED, NEXT MED program, with cross-border programs, and also with the mainstream regional and national programs. So we started this initiative between France and Italy, including three programs at the beginning, so NEXT MED, Euro-MED, and France and Italy Maritime program. And we expanded it to all other interested programs in the Mediterranean, so now we are 9, as you mentioned before. And the general idea was to say that program can achieve more together than we can do individually. Through the promotion, of course, of capitalization, because all programs are very involved in this specific aspect. The idea is not to reinventing the wheel, and that's why also some programs, such as the Interreg Euro-MED Programme, develop and set up different tools to share and to facilitate the reuse of good results. So we are developing at this stage a Euro-MED Academy, but also a result library to facilitate the transfer between givers and receivers regarding good practices, in order to disseminate all these good practices. And the idea also of this conference is also to exchange, to facilitate peer exchanges between the different projects in this respect. And finally, also to promote the complementarity between the different Interreg programs, notably through common challenges, common thematics, and it's a case, of course, of sustainable tourism. But the idea would be also, at the end, maybe in the long term, to try to work on other thematic, maybe.
Okay, Guillaume, thank you for that. I think a very good overview. Let's go to you, Aldo. What were the goals you had in mind at the beginning, and how do they compare with what has been achieved to date now?
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Well, as Guillaume explained, basically, this mentioning started with an idea shared by 3 persons, friends and colleagues. And we had in mind a possibility to demonstrate that we wanted to do something concrete in terms of cooperation and setting up tools, concrete tools, with the stakeholders and the beneficiaries of our projects to demonstrate that programs working on the same subjects could actually join together and join forces and bring their experience to scale up and enhance the cooperation, and especially on a topic that is, as it has been mentioned, a key topic for the Mediterranean, which is the sustainable tourism. So the biggest goals were, okay, let's start, we will start. We came up with a catalog of the best outputs and practices of the projects that had been financed by the 3 funding programs, the ENI-CBC MED, the Euro-MED, and the Italy-France Maritime. We convened a meeting. It was our business card for the other programs in Florence. We had this conference. We presented the catalog. And what we have achieved, well, the result is here. We have 8, almost 9 programs joining the initiative, over 250 persons, stakeholders from the different projects financed by the programs sitting in the same room, speaking about all the different aspects of sustainable tourism. It was a challenging exercise. We had to set up all the functioning methodology. We set up a permanent working group. We have regular meetings, lots of efforts, but allow me to say that since the first meeting we had, I remember it was the 4th of January of 2021, when we started writing down actually the strategy and having all this impressive number of stakeholders convened here with 8, almost 9 programs adhering. It's a really pleasure and gives me the impression that we started building something. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So much has been achieved from those initial meetings. Let's go to you, Filippo. Also, you're with the Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-France Maritime, also one of the founding programs. What were the key elements that allow the coordination mechanism to grow and attract on other Interreg programs?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Well, we can mention 4 main elements that enable the MMM to grow, structure itself, and initiate coordinated actions. First of all, a strong will for shared cooperation. The MMM was born since the very beginning as a space for cooperation among different programs and open to all the different programs interested in being part of it. And therefore, the MMM has become not only a mechanism, but a true community of programs that share values, tools, and a common vision for the Mediterranean. The second element is a strong awareness of the added value of different types of programs. For example, cross-border programs directly affect daily life in border areas, while the transnational programs address large-scale systemic challenges. The third element is a pragmatic and flexible approach. We started gradually. We experimented with tools and operational methods, different strategies, and in doing this, it was possible to build trust among the different programs and among programs and projects. And the fourth element is a dedicated working group with shared tools. It enabled mutual knowledge and consolidate cooperation and integration of different points of view. In a nutshell, well, wrapping up, will to cooperate, belief in cooperation, pragmatism, and teamwork.
Okay, very good. So that was the genesis. we're hearing of the MMM. Now let's look at the current situation. So I'm going to go to you via Tisia Gante, Managing Authority of Interreg Greece-Cyprus. In your view, how does a cross-border cooperation programme benefit from joining the MMM?
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Split and to represent the Greece-Cyprus programme and this inspiring gathering of Mediterranean collaboration. What a setting to talk about something that actually brings us closer, the multi-programme Mediterranean mechanism, or MMM. Okay, let me tell you, when a program like Interreg Greece-Cyprus joined the MMM, it's not just about getting a seat at some coordination table. It's about becoming part of something bigger, something that actually moves. You get energy, relevance, and reach. We used to promote our results, our progress, our beneficiaries on our own. But now we are part of something louder and stronger. Joint campaigns, shared storytelling, messages that travel beyond borders and reach EU institutions. It's like we've gone from singing solo to joining a Mediterranean choir. And the communication, so much smarter now. We've got shared logos, infographics, videos. It's like we are all using the same toolkit, so we can focus on the message, not reinventing the wheel. 8 programs, 1 powerful story. But it's not just about looking good. Through the MMM, we are shaping the future of Interreg, co-writing policy directions, launching joint calls. We are not waiting for things to happen, we are making them happen. And the results, they don't just sit in reports anymore, they get seen, shared, and scaled. Beneficiaries from Greece-Cyprus are now being showcased across the Mediterranean, opening doors we didn't even know were there. And maybe, best of all, we are building real relationships, not just technical partnerships, but human ones. Through joint workshops, peer reviews, and shared experiences, we are creating a space where ideas actually grow. So, if I could sum it all up, the MMM doesn't just give us more visibility, it gives us a stronger voice, better tools, and real momentum. It's not just joining a mechanism, it's joining a movement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. I like some of the images you're using there, from singing solo to joining a choir and joining a movement. So I think some very nice images. Let's go to you, Francesca Sabela, Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Slovenia. As the last program to join, what was your motivation in joining the MMM, and how can it represent a benefit for the remaining part of the programming period?
Okay, thank you everyone. Good morning. Special thanks to who organized these really interesting events. Special thanks to the Italy-Croatia program for the invitation. Italy-Slovenia program, as that was the last program who joined this really interesting and challenging initiative. We started as observer at the beginning because we would like to check how these coordination mechanisms could truly foster synergies across Mediterranean programs, Interreg programs. Then, gradually, we had the opportunity to check, to appreciate the added value given by this kind of collaboration, but also recognizing the importance of concrete potential complementarities that could emerge from the connection and interaction between different programs, projects. But also, it will give us the chance to prepare the floor, the ground for the implementation of future joint actions or the expansion of the existing ones. So we decided through a written procedure, we asked to our monitoring committee members to approve our choice of adhesion to the Mediterranean multi-program mechanism. And the procedure ended positively in May 12. So from that moment, we started formally this new path, this new process. And basically, as 8 members who joined this initiative, but basically for 2 reasons. The first one is to give a continuity to our territory, to have a visibility, and also for investing in long-term policy dialogue, enhancing the territorial cohesion in the Mediterranean area. But also, as our program has already fully committed our program budget, our program funds, to give a chance also to our beneficiaries to continuing in investing in different sectors, not only the tourism, which is the main and the really important ones, but also to extend the cooperation in other sectors, also to face with the future challenges and cooperation opportunities. And finally, we are really, really pleased that 15 projects from our program are taking part here in this event, just to show their strong commitment to continuing with this collective efforts that will go beyond the current programming period and also beyond the 2027. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francesca. So that was the current situation. Let's look to the future now. And I'm going to go to you, Silvia Comiati, Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Croatia. Let's look at this event. So what's the expected follow-up from this event?
Thank you, Karen. Your question gives me the possibility to tell our audience a little bit about the context and the perspectives that we imagine for the future after this event. Indeed, as you might know, we have an action plan that all the MMM programs have approved in their monitoring committees. This action plan was also discussed with the Commission, and it's quite an ambitious exercise that we did. And this event is actually a cornerstone of this action plan, because we are looking for suggestions, we're looking for your inputs, and why not some creativity coming from these 2 days in order for us to prepare what's coming up next. What we want to do is not only to continue doing what we have been collaborating together, so to work on the results, to maximize the impact, to capitalize together the achievements of our projects, but we also want to do it in even stronger and more courageous ways. So we are trying to take the most out of what's remaining of this programming period, to use what's left in terms of resources, but also of promotion, of different tools that we can use, like incentives, awards, whatever we can come up with, thanks to your help as well, to really, really create a further added value in our territories. So this is why we have thought about this event as being very operational, very much looking at the projects, looking at the inputs that you as the beneficiaries of our programs can take to us, and we will take all of this knowledge, all of your suggestions, and prepare the next steps for our mechanism. So this is our way that we think would really make a difference, and would really also make a nice follow-up and a good closure of the programming period in terms of synergies and the leverage of this mechanism.
Okay, Silvia, thank you for that. Let's finally go to you, Daniela Segreto, Managing Authority of Interreg Italy-Malta and Italy-Tunisia. As the Managing Authority of 2 Interreg programs with very different implementation contexts, how would you describe the added value of participating in the coordination mechanism, especially on issues like governance, flexibility, and harmonization of rules?
Thank you, and welcome everyone, and good morning. Yes, being the managing authority of two very different programs, such as Italy-Tunisia, which used to be a neighborhood policy program, so NP, NE, with very different rules, and Italy-Malta, which has always been an Interreg program, is quite a challenge, but is also a very good added value to both deciding to join the multi-mechanism program, and also to gain strength from the multi-program mechanism. Why? Because obviously managing two programs like this has two different objectives. The first one, Italy-Tunisia, is to try and strengthen the friendship between Europe and other countries which are non-European. Obviously, it's a bilateral program. We have a very privileged country, such as Tunisia, which is very similar in terms of habits, other things to Sicily. In this respect, having such a privileged country to be an interface with the southern shore Mediterranean countries, specifically in this particular time of quite strange, tight balance, world balance, is still a very far-sighted idea. So it's an very important program at the moment. And for the first time, the 21-27 is also an Interreg. So as Interreg program, new Interreg program, we're trying to put it into the big pot of the other Interreg programs. So in such case, the joining of the Italy-Tunisia and the multi-mechanism program is very good for the management, the governance of the program itself. From the Italy-Malta point of view, has always been an Interreg. It's a very important bilateral program which consists in strengthening the triangulation of Europe, Italy, Sicily, and Malta within the very middle of the Mediterranean, with all the implications, migration implications, many implications that this program involves. Also for the Italy-Malta programs, joining the multi-mechanism is really important because as one single managing authority for both programs, the idea is to, for a start, try and gain all the experience of all the other important programs which are managing authorities of the programs which are beside me, but also to try and bring into the multi-mechanism programs our own idea of flexibility, because we are used to flexibility, having two different programs that I talk to with all the time means that I take one idea, I bring it into the other, and to be able to do so with 8 more programs is a really good challenge for us.
Okay, Danielle, thank you very much for that. Before I go to the second round of questions, we are going to have another go at Slido. We have a third question here. So Vincent, if you could launch our Slido question, and for those of you watching us online, you should be able to also respond to this. This is the Slido code, so just let's see the Slido question. Can we get the Slido question on the screen? We can, great. What could the MMM do to increase synergies among the projects? So this is a word cloud, so just maybe insert 1 or 2 words. So what do you think could be done to help increase the synergies, so greater collaboration, greater really working together in terms of the MMM, and probably best if you can keep the words in English, so share knowledge, greater visibility, capitalization call, exchange experience, common methodologies, and you can repeat other words if you feel that there's a word up there that actually relates to what you think would be the best option, then please do put that, because it's really good. We're getting capitalization call is obviously one of the more popular ones. Organized peer reviews, very good. Harmonization, exchange experiences is still up there. Capitalization and organized peer reviews. So we'll just run it for another minute or so. So if there are any other points, any other 1 or 2 words that might encapsulate what you think might help increase those cooperations, but particularly synergies in terms of working together. So capitalization calls, coordinated call, exchange experiences. Very good. Okay, you can take the slide off, Vincent, and we'll move on. You can also work on the other two questions and input your responses because the system is up and running now, and I might go back to them at a little later stage for those two opening questions that we were asking you. But I now want to return to our speakers because for this final round of questions, I'm going to ask each programme representative to provide definition and details about one of the topics that will be discussed during this event over the next couple of days, and why they think they're important for MMM members. So I'm going to go to each one of you again. Guillaume Mouet, I'm going to start off with you. I think you would like to talk about synergies among the different EU funds, including, for example, research and innovation, cohesion, etc.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay, I think.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. So the idea of this mechanism also is to facilitate the synergies between the different funds, EU funds. The idea is to create a more cohesive, a more efficient approach in order to tackle the regional challenges we have, to not duplicating neither, but join the effort, of course. So I think, first of all, we need to have more synergy between the different Interreg program, cross-border and transnational program. I think that this mechanism can offer to the cross-border program an opening to other Mediterranean countries, Mediterranean territories at a larger scale, but the transnational program can also experiment different pilot action in a very local level through the experience of the cross-border program. The second aspect is the synergies between the funds coming from the Interreg programs and the thematic programs managed directly by the European Commission, because of course we are working in some specific common thematics, so such as research innovation, environmental aspect, risk management, but also social inclusion, mobility. So I'm thinking about Erasmus Plus program, LIFE program, Horizon Europe program. And some of them are also open, cover some southern country from the Mediterranean. So it's really important also to see and to facilitate the synergy between the action, especially because the different programs address different typologies of activities. So it's important to have this in mind and also maybe to include them to our capitalization call. And finally, and it's the most challenging aspect from my point of view, is to create synergies between the Interreg program and the mainstream program at the regional and national level. But I really think that we need to experiment in the regional mainstreaming program solutions identified, good solution identified through the different transnational and cross-border programs, especially because the mainstream program can intervene in project investment, for instance, so can finance basically essential infrastructure that maybe we can identify as essential within cross-border program, for instance, maybe the transnational program. And at the opposite, we can also have very good solution, very good project at the regional level in mainstream programs that we can disseminate at a larger scale in other territory in the Mediterranean through transnational program or cross-border program also. So we need to find a way to work close together, and we experienced in the last programming period, notably in the Interreg MED program, some action with the mainstream program, and notably in the Panorama project. And we also experienced and developed some methodology in order to facilitate this transfer between Interreg and mainstream program. So we can also work on this basis for the future.
Okay, Guillaume, thank you for that. And actually, speaking of capitalization, Silvia Comiati, capitalization and its role in increasing the impact of the projects is something you want to talk about. And interesting, that was one of the main issues that was highlighted as well in the final question there that we just had on Slido.
Yeah, you're right, Karen. I would say that capitalization together with synergy is one of the most common words that we use also in our documents, in our, when explaining why we are working together. In general, there is not a definition of capitalization, but we can say that there's a commonly agreed concept in Interreg of capitalization. So what do we mean by that? We normally refer to the capacity of transferring and reusing the knowledge that is generated by the project. So we normally refer to outputs, results of the project that can be actually taken up by other organizations. We also consider capitalization when we are building on existing results. So when we create projects that actually further develop or further implement in other areas results that had already been achieved by former projects. In our programs, in the MMN, all of us, we already implement capitalization activities. We try to embed capitalization in the program cycle, in the project cycle. We try to do activities and support the projects in adopting a capitalization approach while developing, even when developing their project ideas and then implementing their activity, find results, or making these results visible and accessible for the public. We work on the promotion of these results. We work on the identification of organizations that can actually do the taking up role, take the taking up role of reusing the results. But of course, this was not enough for us because we thought that doing all of this work together would have been more efficient, would have been maybe even more closer to the beneficiaries, and we would achieve better results. So I would say we have three main advantages of doing capitalization strategies together. The first one is that we can count on a broader pool of results if we work together. You can consider all the results that our 8 programs have achieved. It's really a lot, and our beneficiaries can really look at all of these results and take up on all of that. So this is the first thing. The second, I would say that while working together, we are able to refine, to think about, and to improve our methodologies and our tools, because capitalization is not just something that you say, okay, I'm going to capitalize. You need tools, you need methods, you need a path to follow, and beneficiaries need to be guided on that. And the last thing, which to me is the most important, and while working together, we embed capitalization in a Mediterranean dimension, which really brings up our work, we really makes an added value for our work that in this way we can really look at greater challenges and a greater potential for impact for our projects in our territories. So to conclude, Karen, for us capitalization is not just a word, it's really an engine for synergies, an engine for collaboration and cooperation. So upon that we want to build a better and more impactful activity and action for our territories, and we really think that doing it together is much better and less work and less effort.
Okay, Sylvia, thank you. Let's go to you, Daniela. Cooperation, again, something that, that has been coming up, and integration with mainstream programs are issues that you feel should be focused on.
Yes, the good thing about, obviously I can speak about the Sicilian region experience. The good thing about the Sicilian region is that it is managing authority of both the ETC programs, so Italy-Tunisia and Italy-Malta, and all the mainstream programs, the funds, so the structural funds, social funds, they are all conveyed into one single department. So this is a very good starting point, potentially, for integrating all the different funds. And we have tried to do so since 2007-2013 programming cycle, because I, for instance, remember a very good example of integration. At that time, probably we didn't call it integration, but it was at the end of the day integration concept, because our actual regional plan for fighting against coastal erosion came into life from results of an Interreg Italy-Malta project, the BESS project. So this is a good starting point to think that it's such an important thing to integrate different funds because you optimize, because you create synergies, because you don't waste funds into spot events, but try and integrate all those results from smaller programs into bigger programs. The problem is that it is much easier said than done, because even though the same director manages all those programs, much more emphasis is put into the mainstream programs. So all the objectives are forward towards the reaching these objectives, and less emphasis is given usually to smaller programs. So we really need, and I speak as one region, but I'm sure this probably is the same for everyone else. We really need to make a bigger effort, not only at a managing authority level, but especially at EU level, at national authorities level. And I really appreciate, for a start, the effort that was put into the Palermo meeting last year, July 2024, where we started talking about integration of funds. But more effort needs to be put into this, and probably for this actual planning cycle, programming cycle, which is the 21-27, it's not going to be very easy to actually have proper results. But things like this, events like this, where we talk, we discuss, and we put probably ideas in writing, will be very useful for the next cycling program.
Okay, Daniela, thank you. Let's go to you, Aldo, because citizens' engagement and youth and citizens are going to be your topics, and we will be hearing from youth representatives a little later as well today.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you again. Yes, well, first of all, we're fully convinced that the involvement of citizens, and especially of the young generation, is fundamental to maximize the impact of our projects in the territory. So this is something that should be clear. We have here some representatives of our partner countries that were invited to this event, who are benefiting. I mean, their stakeholders, their citizens, are benefiting from the results achieved by the project. Sustainable tourism is a topic that involves many stakeholders at different levels. We have seen it also from the speech of the Commissioner from the Mediterranean. We have enterprises, the majority are small, medium, and micro enterprises. We have tourists, we have local authorities that are involved in dealing with policies. But most importantly, I think that we need to communicate the benefits to the citizens, who are the final beneficiaries of also the sustainable tourism initiatives. Citizens live in the territories the entire year. Sometimes they're paying a price in terms of services that are diminishing during the peaks of touristic seasons, and this is something that we should take into account. Sustainability for us, which should be actually the methodology of all the stakeholders, all the partners working on sustainable tourism projects, should be always socio-economic and environmental sustainability. So these three aspects of the sustainability should be there, but most importantly, should be communicated to citizens. Let's go to the young generation. Young generation today, we're particularly proud of having also a panel with young that are going to witness actually the importance of the cooperation of and actually the will to involve them actively in the projects. For us, the Interreg Next MED program is particularly focused on the young generation. We have specific projects for young, but for sustainable tourism, I think it's also a challenge to avoid that the young generation leave the regions, the territories, and abandon some places. So sustainable tourism could be an opportunity to create business opportunities to have the young generation remaining in the territories. Last but not least, we need to encourage the matching between the market demand and the labor offer here in this case. We have the possibility of train specifically the young generation because sometimes the touristic sector is suffering of this. Last but not least, I think that we need to take into account the importance of the results of our projects in a view of improving the policy and getting the EU attention on the sustainable tourism topics. We have heard from the Commissioner that it's in the pipeline, the new pact for the Mediterranean, which will include a specific part on sustainable tourism. Next year, it has been announced, there will be the EU strategy on tourism, sustainable tourism. So this is something that should be an encouragement for all the stakeholders, all the participants here to take into account, because we, as a multi-program coordination mechanism, we have the ambition of gathering the inputs and trying to provide the needs from the ground to the policy level in order to take the needs into account for the future cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Aldo. And that session with our young representatives will be just before lunch, so we will be hearing from them. Francesca, let's go to you, because embedding with macro-regional strategies is a very important issue from your point of view.
Yes, of course, of course. Thank you, because this question is really important for our program, because the embedding with the macro-regional strategies constitutes a central point component of our program documentations, because we are strictly in line specifically with two macro-regional strategies and their objectives, which are EUSER and EUSALP. Many programs document stress this point, and for example, we adopted in the evaluation process two specific criteria in the evaluation checklist for all the typologies of projects we have co-financed. I mean, standard project, capitalization project, and the strategic ones. And this criteria refers to the identification of the complementarities as added value between our cross-border projects and macro-regional strategies. Well, the program put a lot of attention on OSI project, the operation of strategic importance. In particular, we, as decided at the beginning by the program, co-finance three strategic projects, which are Adrian Culture, Poseidon, and Kraskar 2. Why? As concretely in line with the macro-regional goals in different sectors, as circular economy, like green transition, cultural and creative industries, and sustainable mobility. Specifically, with reference to this last sector, the sustainable mobility, we would like to share with you two concrete examples of embedding. The first one is a project we co-financed in the 14-20 programming period, in the last programming period, which is the project called CrossMobi, a project which created a cross-border railway which connected the paths from Udine, Trieste until Ljubljana, so from Italy until Slovenia. And this project represented a concrete case of embedding because it was labeled by EUSER macro-regional strategy. In the current programming period, we co-finance another project, Adrian Cycle Tour, which built the remaining cycle tour paths connecting the remaining part of Italy and Slovenia. And this was a really important project because was a concrete example of co-financing of different funds deriving from ERDF program and the Interreg program. And it was at the beginning conceived as a cross-pillar of EUSER strategy. And then it became a flagship of Pillar 2, Sustainable Mobility, of EUSER macro-regional strategy. So this is a concrete example of embedding of connection between different funds and a strong engagement given also by our region to connect a plan together this with other funds, with other programs such as initiatives. I will conclude only informing you that on this path, our program is going to organize in next April 2026, a big joint event for OSI projects, where we will invite also the European Commission, specifically also for the plenary session, where we will discuss not only about the topics addressed by our strategic projects, but also on the macro-regional strategies. So there will be a roundtable to have the possibility to discuss on. And yesterday we published on our website, our program website, a survey to collect information on the programs and the projects that will join this such an important event that we are the pleasure to organize. So thank you all. We will be really pleased for the huge and important and numerous participation. Thank you.
Thank you, Francesca. Let's go to, remember, you're getting a round of applause. Let's go to you, Vaya, because increasing visibility and communication efforts are very important from your point of view.
Yes, of course. What a brilliant setting for talking about something that's close to all of us, how we make our work more visible, more impactful, and more connected. Visibility might sound like a buzzword, but it's actually at the heart of what we do. It's not about showing off. It's about making sure that the amazing projects we support, the people behind them, and the results they deliver don't get lost in a sea of reports or siloed websites. Instead, when we increase visibility, we open doors. We inspire trust, and most importantly, we reach people. Whether they are citizens, policymakers, or partners we haven't met yet. That's where the MMM comes in. It's not just a platform, it's a shared voice. Through it, we are moving from scattered communications to a collective story. And that story, it's all about a Mediterranean that's connected, collaborative, and sustainable. Let me give you a few examples. Together, we've already created a shared logo and a visual identity that actually feels Mediterranean, bright, fresh, and unified. We've launched social media campaigns that speak with one voice, not 8 different ones. And we are now planning something I'm really excited about, cross-program video storytelling. Real people, real places, real results, not just facts, but feelings. Now speaking from the Greece-Cyprus perspective, being an island program gives us a unique voice in this. We know how important maritime connectivity is and how meaningful it is to bring communities together across waters. So, we are actively supporting our beneficiaries, not just in reporting their outcomes, but in telling their story with purpose, linking their local impact to a shared Mediterranean vision. We are also helping coordinate joint press releases, newsletters, and communication around events. So, we don't just raise awareness, we build recognition. When institutions and citizens start recognizing the Mediterranean voice, that's when things start to shift. And why does all this matter? Because visibility leads to influence. When we speak clearly and together, we don't just inform. We have the power to shape priorities. We connect with EU's institutions, we align national agendas, and we bring citizens into the conversation. So in closing, communication and visibility aren't an afterthought. They are a driving force. And the beauty of it all, we are not doing it alone. We are doing it as a community, and that makes all the difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaya. Thank you very much. Let's finally go to you, Filippo, the big challenge post-2027. That's an issue you very much would like to explore.
Thank you very much. Of course, we have already started a discussion about the post-2027 inside the MMM, but we think that this discussion could be enriched by the outcomes of this specific event, and of course we are also taking into consideration the findings of the harvesting report. At the moment, we can see 5 main challenges. The first one is to ensure knowledge exchange and learning, and it will be crucial not only to support learning and capacity building, but also to ensure that there is awareness of the skills that we acquire during this path. The second one is to strengthen the connections with people and communities. These are the elements underlying the capitalization, innovation and development, and consolidation of shared strategies and practices. The third challenge is to develop a capacity to address common and complex challenges, and that's why inside the MMM we have started our discussion and our mutual effort on sustainable tourism, because as already mentioned, as well described by Aldo, it allows different dimensions and challenges to be brought together: economic development, environmental protection, climate change, and so on. Then it is important to pay attention to territorial relevance and sensitivity to territorial specificities. I already mentioned that different programs address different challenges. So transnational programs address large-scale systemic challenges, while cross-border programs provide answers to specific needs of local communities. And last but not least is to ensure flexibility. We can say that flexibility is an integral part of the way we work, and we have worked inside the mechanism. And we can also say that the mechanism has grown from 3 to 9 programs because we are aware of the importance of the different point of views to stimulate innovation in general. And in these dynamics, it is also important the point of view of projects and new generation, as we will see during these 2 days, and therefore listen to these stakeholders is crucial for the future challenges of the post-2027.
Okay, thank you very much. And actually, speaking of stakeholders and listening to people, just before we close out this session, Vincent, let's get up that third Slido question, because it's to really get a sense of what are the issues of importance that those of you here in the conference room in Split and joining us online feel should be addressed by Interreg. So should it be, it's a poll question, do you think it should be synergies, capitalisation, mainstreaming, youth, embedding, visibility, or post-2027? That's the one that you can't quite see at the very end. The last one is post-2027. So perhaps you could just take a minute or two, because this would be, well, we'll leave that question for the moment, Vincent. Let's go back to the previous one and just see what are the issues that people most want to be addressed. So while that's coming up on the screen, just you have it there on your mobile devices, should it be synergies, capitalisation, mainstreaming, youth, embedding, visibility, or post-2027? We have 57 people responding now, 62. We'll move it up. Let's try and see if we can get up to 80 people responding. And once we do, we'll close this off and see. Okay, so can we have the results of the poll? Very good. Okay, so the first one is capitalisation then, I presume, isn't it? So I think the blue one, yes. So the blue, 25% capitalisation and synergies, 23%. And then post-2027, 20%. So the top one there, you can continue to put your vote in, because that will continue to run in the background anyway. But just go back, scroll it back up to the very top again. So is it still capitalisation? Oh no, synergies. Okay, so synergies and capitalisation are obviously the two main issues that people would most like to address. Thank you very much for your participation in the Slido polls. Vincent, you can take the slide off now. And a big thanks to our wonderful panelists. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Perhaps you can thank our panelists. So we're going to break for just under half an hour. After the break, we're going to have the next round table on synergies and capitalisation experiences. So very important. So can you please be back here just before 11 so we can start at 11 promptly. Thank you. 1, 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention, please. Can those of you making your way into the room, if you wouldn't mind coming in, that would be great. Take your seats. And maybe if we could close the doors, because it's going to get a bit noisy. Okay, can I have everybody's attention? This is when a roving mic would be good because I can silence people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I please ask you for a little bit of attention because we have several more very interesting roundtable sessions to go through and we have a busy session. Thank you so much for your attention. I just have a housekeeping announcement for those of you who may have arrived here this morning without registering for the event. The organisers have asked me to ask you to please go to the registration desk and register for the workshop that you would like to attend, because I think some of you may have arrived this morning without indicating which workshop you would like to attend. So if you wouldn't mind please doing that, because that will enable them to know who's attending and the numbers attending of the workshops. We are going to move on very shortly to our roundtable on powering synergies, capitalisation and mainstreaming. But before then, we have a little bit of a treat for you because Vincent Arnaud from Interreg NEXT MED is going to run a brief quiz, and there are lots of nice prizes that I can see upstairs that Vincent is going to deliver. So Vincent, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. So I was informed that you are all great experts in sustainable tourism. Are you? I'm sure, yes. And also that you are becoming big experts in the mechanism, so the Mediterranean multi-program mechanism. We are going to check this now. We have a game, so it's 6 questions, easy questions. It's about testing your knowledge, so show us that you know everything. And it's about also speed, so answer and answer quick. Prizes are here. Checks were promised by some programs of the European Commission, $5,000 for the winner. So we really encourage you. But for the moment, we will only give the small gifts. And by the way, if you do not participate in the quiz, you will be excluded from any calls for proposals of the program for the future. So let's start. The game is only for on-site participants. So if you are attending remotely, I'm sorry, but this time it's only for on-site. So I will be connected with the technicians that are supporting us very much. So thank you very much for this. And we are going on with the first question, so we can activate the game and also present it. So let's go with the first question. For all questions, you have 20 seconds. So 20 seconds, it's nothing. Okay? So be quick. The first question will be on the number of, so this is not this, of course, we have to go to the next one. First question will be on the number of countries that integrate the multi-program mechanism. So think about it. We are 8 programs. This is an unprecedented effort and accomplishment. 8 programs together at your service. How many countries in these 8 programs? So I think there is a... Okay, this is the first one. You can see, of course, the map of Interreg. You have 20 seconds, 15 now, so really not much. How many countries? 7, 12, 22, and you will see on your phone the other question, the other response, sorry. 22 is the good one, 63%. So, in fact, you are good. Or you have made your duties before coming and checking how many countries were there. So 22. If someone is interested in the full list of countries, of course, join me during the lunch and we'll see it. let's see the scoreboard, so the ranking. We have 15 minutes to do this, but we'll do it. The ranking is led by Georgina and Anna Maria. So all women, top 3 are women. Who is Georgina? Georgina there. Okay, it's only the start. So you can end up the last one even. Let's go with the second one. First one was about countries, second one is about money. Let's go with the second one. So we can activate the second question. Second question, you know that Interreg initiative has an approximate budget about 8 billion euros. What about the 8 programs of the mechanism put together? How much money do we have in common in terms of EU contribution? So it's the question that is in fact, okay? So how much do we have in common? 300,000 euros? That much? Do we have that? 20 million? 1 billion? 1 billion, it seems impossible, but do we have 1 billion? Or do we have more than 1 billion, which is the last one that you see on your phone? 20 seconds. Okay, so I think the time ran out. We can show the results. 1 billion, not that bad, right? 1 billion, 8 programs, 1 billion of EU contribution. That is 1/8 of the total Interreg budget. Not that bad. Georgina, you're not there anymore. Sorry, but you can come back. Now we have Maria Martinez. There. It seems that Spanish representatives are really inspired today. Then Thibault, Euro-MED, but he doesn't know the responses, so that's good. Okay, let's go with the third one. So we had countries, we had budgets, and now we have projects. You all know KEEP, the initiative, the database initiative from Interact. So if you go to KEEP database, how many projects would have as a keyword sustainable tourism if we're talking of the programs from the mechanism for this current programming period and the previous programming period? So 2 periods, 8 programs. Sustainable tourism, which is quite a vast concept. 30 projects, 120, 180, or even more than this. So I don't see the counter from here, but should be, as soon as it passed, we can go with the results. 120 projects. And still, some of the projects are missing there because they are not uploaded as they were recently approved. So many projects to come. Thibault? So we may have a conflict of interest since the biggest prize money, the 5,000 euros, was promised by your program, so we'll see. Jasmine, okay. Giuseppe, you are 5th now. Good, good. Okay, so we are half the way. Let's go with the 4th question. Question number 4. So question number 4 is a bit different. You have 30 seconds because it's a bit trickier. So read it well. Islands. You know that climate change and tourism is exacerbated in islands, but not all the countries of the mechanism do have islands. So which of the following combination is good in terms of all these countries have Mediterranean islands? I can see that some of you are thinking. That's good. That was a tricky question. We need one. But, yeah, you're quite good, in fact. I should not have informed about the trick, because too good, you're too good. Thibault still there? Jasmine? Where is Jasmine? Okay. And, of course, everything can change. But let's see, Thibault seems really, really inspired. Let's see if we can catch up with him. Question number 5. So we can go with question number 5. Okay, so according to the European Travel Commission, which is a non-profit organization, what is the percentage of individuals that take into account climate change or the environment when they make their travel decision? I don't know if you do. Somehow I think we all do. 3%, 22, 81, or the fourth one, which was 100. Of course, it was not 100. 81. What happened? I think he withdrew, Thibault. Thank you very much. You are too good, and that's good. So now we have Zana first. Zana, also on the back part. So clearly the back part of the room is much smarter than you. I'm sorry, but that's a fact now. So Zana, Jasmine, still there. Hélène, Giuseppe, very good. Forrest, that's good. And Oyalcin, I'm sorry if I pronounced badly. So now it's the last question. You have to respond well, and you have to respond quick, both things, especially if you want to remove Zana from the top. Last question will be on the tourism of one of Interreg NEXT MED countries in the southern shore, in concrete Tunisia, where you have that beautiful image from Sidi Bou Said. Most of the countries have their income market or their origin market of tourists in the European Union, but that's not the case for every country. So what are the 2 top origin markets for Tunisia in terms of tourism? France and Italy, Algeria and Libya, France and Algeria, and the fourth one. I guess that Tunisian should know the response. Not that easy. Let's see. Not that easy. Only 12%. So we have Hélène moving to the first position, Zana second, and Jasmine. Jasmine, you've been there from the start, I think. Second, third, so very consistent. But Hélène, where is Hélène? Hélène? Great. Yeah, I'm sorry, I was thinking of a woman. Good. And number 4 and number 5, you also deserve the congratulations of the programs, but you don't receive money. Sorry for that. But we will invite Jasmine, Zana, and Hélène to the stage. So please come to the stage, receive the awards, and make a picture with us. Thank you, everybody, for participating. Except for the last question, you really were impressive, in fact, especially those on the backside. For the first rows, not really good. Okay. So we'll give the gifts, small gifts, but the prize money will come. So don't worry.
Yeah, no, it's very good. Do you want your phone? Great. So very good. Thank you, Vincent. Great quiz. Congratulations to the winners. Well done. So now it's time for our second roundtable session, which is called Powering Synergies, Capitalisation and Mainstreaming. And during this session, Interreg programs will present their own capitalisation practices and methodologies to increase synergies. There'll be a specific focus on synergies between Interreg, European territorial cooperation, and mainstream programs such as regional or national cooperation, European thematic programs such as LIFE and Horizon Europe. And the main objective of this session is to demonstrate that there are alternative ways to enhance synergies and collaboration, cooperation that will have an impact in territories. So what we're going to hear now should provide food for thought for the workshops you're going to participate in and give you ideas on how to collaborate more effectively across different programs. So I'd like to welcome our speakers on stage for this session. Erwin Severis, Programme Director with Interreg Europe. Our next speaker is Luca Ferraresa, Head of Joint Secretariat, Interreg Central Europe. Our next speaker is Mercedes Assetores, Senior Expert with Med Lab Group Interact. And we're also joined by Rosario Sapienza, Senior Expert, Med Lab Group TISA. Our next speaker is Monica Belisario, Senior Expert, Presidency of the Council of Ministers for the Department of Cohesion Policy and the South in Italy. And finally, we are joined by Giuseppe Rubino, Head of the Special Structure for Euro-Mediterranean Cooperation in the Puglia region. Okay, so you're all very welcome. I don't have my headset mics, so I'm going to work with this mic here, but very nice to see you all. Please make yourselves comfortable. So what we're going to do is we're going to run this in sort of separate segments, and I'm going to go to Erwin and Luca first, and we'll then progress. So Erwin Severis, Programme Director of Interreg Europe. Can you tell us a little bit more about the programme, what you do, and what views you have about mainstreaming and key messages for the people here?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Thank you also for the invitation. First of all, I may apologize why I'm here, because many asked, look, Erwin, what are you doing here? You are neither from the Med, nor is the Programme Authority located in the Med area. The Programme Authority is located in Lille, in the far north of France. It's a little bit colder. But I believe, first of all, the Med area covers 14 countries which are also part of the Interreg Europe program, so which is 40% of all countries of the program. Secondly, the program offers some examples of capitalization and mainstreaming. And I think third point may be interesting for the audience. We also have a good number of tourist projects, sustainable tourist projects, and also opportunities for you, the regions here, to use the Interreg Europe program to further collaborate. And Karen, if you allow me, I will briefly present what Interreg Europe is about, and then explaining a little bit about the mechanism and explaining a little bit what projects we can offer. The ones who have seen me already in the past, you know, I'm always come with the same example, that we believe that for each problem a region faces, the more than 270 regions in our program area can offer the one or the other solutions. They have experience how to solve a problem. They have experience what works. They have also experience what does not work. To bring these regions together, to allow them, to support them, to exchange their experience is the principal objective of the program. With this knowledge, we allow the regions to do then the implementation of good policies based on the experience they have. And the mantra is only smart regions can do smart investments. The program is a tool to provide the knowledge which is missing or which is often demanded by the regions to see how to do it. The target group of the program is mainly policymakers, because we do not exchange of experience not just to exchange of experience, we also want to make sure that the knowledge the region Gaza is then implemented. This is a coherent part and a very important part of the project. The project partners, the regions participating in the project, are obliged to implement what they have learned. So they have to show us if they change the policy document, if they have further projects in mainstream funds or with national funds, or if they work with other organizations to show they use the knowledge they've learned, they've gathered from other regions to improve the policy on the ground for their citizens. For this, we require also that in each region, in each partner, stakeholder group is involved. Because policy change is not only done with the policy decision makers on the top, you have to involve the NGOs, you have to involve the citizens. This is also a requirement in our projects. A stakeholder group has to be formed in each of the partner regions, in each of the partners. A stakeholder group has to be follow up with the projects, feed in the policy issue, but also receiving the policy solutions coming from other regions, and then when it comes to the implementation, having an ownership in the policy improvement, improving the policy on the ground. Then we have two activities. One is the projects, which you all are aware. I mentioned already some specificity of the projects. Our projects run 4 years. In most of the other programs, the duration is 3 years, but it comes as we require the implementation of good policies, of good knowledge that justifies that our projects are a little bit longer. We have all funds already committed by end of last year, so there's no chance anymore to participate in new projects. However, you may look in our program website. You may still connect to another project and being informed and working as unofficial partner or participate in events of the projects, of the more than 260 running projects in the current programming period. But what is still open is the second pillar of the program, is the policy learning platform. The principal idea behind the policy learning platform is that in these more than 260 projects, we have more than 2,000 partners. We have a huge number of good examples, good policy solutions. However, in a project, only the partners in the project participate of this knowledge. The purpose of the policy learning platform is to make this knowledge available for all regions in Europe, for all regions of the program. As I said already, 36 countries are in the program. They contribute to good policy examples, but they also receive good policy examples from Interreg Europe. We have for this different tools. First of all, we have a good practice database. We have a pool of 10 thematic experts who screen all the projects, who screen all the good policy examples found in the 260 projects, and then decide and benchmark these good examples, saying, look, this is interesting for Europe, not only for the very certain specific case of a region, but this may be interesting for other regions in Europe, and then it's put in the good practice database. We have already more than 2,500 good practices in this good practice database, so a huge source for knowledge for every one of you to look into. We have, concerning tourism, we have more than 300 good practices already in this database. We do thematic workshop, including on tourism. We do webinars. We organize matchmakings. Matchmaking is if a region needs advice of a certain policy issue. We organize in a 2-hour session to find regions who have similar example, who have the knowledge, who have faced the same problems, bringing them together, and then the regions work together on their own initiative. And then we have the peer review, a 2 days intensive meeting where a region can ask, I need advice from other regions in Europe, how to solve a very specific policy issue. Our thematic experts look into our database, look where we have the good examples. They contact regions, bringing them together. Normally we meet then in a host region, bringing together 4, 5, 6 experienced partners from Europe. They exchange, the host regions explains the experience, the problem, what they've tried, what worked, what did not work. The other regions do it on their own, then they discuss. It closes with brainstorming with all regions in the peer review, drawing an action plan and recommendations for the host regions, a presentation, a discussion, and then we offer also after the peer review is over, it's only a start of this experience. The region then comes back, sees with a policy level what can be done. They do certain decisions, and then we offer also a follow-up peer review if needed, if the region wants to further exchange with the same group, with a part of the group. This is an instrument which is still open. It runs, I say, 24/7 till the end of the programming period, a service which may be very interesting for all of you. Coming to sustainable project, do you have still some minutes, time?
Well, what we might do, Erwin, if you don't mind, is we'll move on and then come back to you about the sustainable tourism. We hope to have about a 15-minute slot as well to take your questions, so we might come back to that. But if you don't mind, I'll move on to Luca.
Well, fine.
Luca, the Central Europe programme works a lot on building synergies. So how important is it for your programme to concentrate on developing these kind of collaborations between projects, funding, instruments, etc.?
Well, thank you also from my end for, first of all, for inviting me here. Well, the importance of synergies in our program is visible from the program area. We are Central Europe, meaning we are in the middle of Europe. We are in an area with 15 national borders, which means that this is the area in the world with the highest density of borders. There are many initiatives going on. There is a lot of, let's say, public intervention, EU funding intervention, which is happening. And there are very important initiatives which are implemented on the ground, but sometimes they don't talk to each other. I have to say, in the panel from this morning, I got very much inspired because I heard exactly the things that we are also keeping and discussing ourselves with our monitoring committee. And that's why, for us, synergy is a must. It's a question of being efficient. It's a question of increasing the impact. Synergy is not a name. Synergy for us is the tool which makes us able to increase the impact of what we are doing. And this is exactly what we understand. And this approach builds on capitalization. We heard already from the panel this morning how important is capitalization, how important is synergies. What we try with our program is to find a methodology, a way in which we, through capitalization, are able to join forces across silos, across funding instruments, across initiatives, in order to increase the impact of what we are going to fund on the territory, and at the end of the day, in order to increase the efficiency of our public funding. This is a little bit the approach we try to test and to follow in our program area. And maybe also linking to what Erwin said, why are you here today? Because I'm coming from Central Europe, I'm based in Vienna. Well, on the way to Split yesterday, I was having a look a little bit to our funded projects. We have 100 projects funded so far, which means 1,100 partners. And out of which I checked, I could see that there are 400 of our partners which are located in the Euro-MED cooperation area. There are 350 of our partners which are located in the Adriatic-Ionia area of the Adriatic-Ionian program. There are 180 which are located in the Italy-Croatia program area and 110 in the Italy-Slovenia program area. So there is a point for me to be here today and to talk to these colleagues which are working on projects. That's why, for us, synergies are important.
So let's say you are talking to people today, Luca. What would you say to them in terms of how you develop those greater collaborations, cooperations, the spirit of working together, and in particular, what can you offer to the Mediterranean stakeholders?
Well, capitalization, synergies, impact do not happen by themselves. You need to give them a gentle push, meaning funding. Precise, intelligent, smart funding, which helps stakeholders to bottom-up develop proposals which are able to take results and outputs forward to the next level. It can be the policy level, but can be also very much the implementation level, like new regions, new stakeholders, new sectors. And this is what we are doing with our call for proposals. I can tell you today, in these days, we have the call, our next call for proposal, which is a capitalization call, which is published in terms of main elements. It's a call preview. It's available on our website of Interreg Central Europe. And there, what we plan to do with this call is to try to make synergies and break the silos between transnational cooperation and cross-border cooperation. As I said, many borders in this area. These many borders are, let's say, serviced by 22 cross-border programs inside Central Europe, without counting the external area of Central Europe. So many projects. Very often, these projects are delivering at the local level amazing solutions, but they are just staying at the local level. Sometimes borders behave like islands. On the other hand, we have transnational projects funded by us, but also by other transnational programs, which are taking a systematic approach to a problem. But sometimes they lack of contact or, let's say, delivery effect at the local level. So what we want to do with our call is to join forces between cross-border and transnational, give funding for projects which are able to take existing results, tailor these results, adjust to new needs, to new stakeholders, to new target groups. This is what we are going to do. The call will officially open on 29th of September. It will stay open for 2 months. We are investing around 23 million euro of European Regional Development Fund for this call, which is not, at least for our size, not that little money. And the applicant community, which is an online tool for matchmaking, is available, and people there are working and posting project ideas. I could see already, like yesterday, there were already 50, 60 project ideas posted. So if you are working on cross-border or transnational projects in this area, please feel free to look at it, even because in our funding system, we have quite a number of projects dealing, let's say, not directly with tourism. We don't have a tourism priority, but we have sustainable development priority. We have transport priority. We have amazing examples of projects which are delivering, for example, there was an example this morning of the connection railway between Italy and Slovenia, and we had a project which is linking Italy with Croatia, between Trieste and Rijeka, through Slovenia, in a way that cannot be done by cross-border programs, because this is a trilateral area. So just an example, and this is, of course, linked to tourism. That's why I really invite you to have a look and find maybe possible opportunities for application.
Okay, very good. Lots of good advice there. And before we move on, Erwin, if I can go back to you then about sustainable tourism in particular, because that's the central theme of this particular event. What can you offer in terms of sustainable tourism projects and assistance?
Yeah, I checked a little bit with my team, and we identified we have 21 projects in sustainable tourism coming from 31 countries, which is 85% of the program area. So all the program area is involved in, many of the countries are involved in sustainable tourist projects. 170 single organizations are involved in these projects. We do cultural heritage projects. We have projects on digital transformation. We have projects on sustainability, economic development together with tourism. and then some niche projects with ecotourism, gastrotourism, creative industries, slow tourism. So you have the whole variety, what is in tourism, sustainable tourism, you find in the program. So this is the projects. And you can look in the website to, as I said, invite you to connect to these projects, connecting the partners and being informed. Furthermore, we have on the policy learning platform a few events in the pipeline. We did in November last year a workshop on alternative tourism. The documentation is on our website. Also have a look there. And what is coming, we do a webinar in September on cultural roots. There will be a story on over-tourism, policy letter, probably more by the end of the year. And then we have 4 peer reviews, the model I just explained. Upcoming in Greece, we will discuss with the Greece region cross-border alternative tourism strategies. For an Ukraine city, we will discuss and help on cultural heritage in tourism. I see in the north of France, peer review in the pipeline to create a sport and nature tourism location in a city which is not the hotspot for tourism yet. And then in Latvia, we plan to help to create a museum on ecotourism. So these are concrete examples, what is in the pipeline. And if you have concrete questions, ideas, you need the help from this huge potential of what Europe can offer, contact us. Contact the thematic experts, the policy learning platform. We will find regions who have experience. We will organize what is needed, either matchmaking or further on a peer review. And I'm looking forward to see a few more partners from this area in our program.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good rundown there, Urban, and go to Urban, obviously, if you need help on that. Mercedes and Rosario, I'm going to kind of group you together because you're both senior experts with the Med Lab group. To you first, Mercedes, you're with Med Lab group Interact. So the MMM is a spin-off that Interact started with the Med Lab group. You were leading that group and bringing programs together to discuss different capitalization possibilities. So what are your views now? What do you think now that the MMM is a reality?
Well, now that MMM is a reality, I was very surprised today, this morning, to see how they are improving and the resources the 9 programs are having together. We have to also understand that there are 9 programs with a lot of resources and projects where they can do lots of things. But of course, the Med Lab, which is, we could say, a platform, can keep on supporting the mechanism, and not only the mechanism, other also spin-offs that are coming up. Let me give you a bit of a background. So also the colleagues that are here, especially projects partners, they are not that aware of what is Interact or what is the Med Lab group is. Interact is a program that's supporting Interreg programs. So it's a kind of capacity building, especially for programs and the programs whole kind of institutions, managing authority, monitoring committee members, and also JSs. So in this context, in 2019, as Jean-Pierre kind of reminded before, we met and we saw that in the Mediterranean programs, in the Mediterranean area, there were 17 programs working and developing without considering other funds. If we were talking before with Vincent what was the budget for these 9 programs that are right now in the mechanism, for the 17 there are 2 billion euros working and being developed in the Mediterranean only with Interreg. Imagine with other funds and mainstream funds. Of course, all this money needs to be well managed and in a meaningful way and an effective way, as my colleagues already said. So we started organizing these meetings, which had a very important inclusive component, which meant that not only managing authorities or JSs who are going to be in the meetings to prepare the current programming period. So it's interesting that when we talk about synergies, synergies is not only maybe at the end. You start working in synergies at the very beginning. It's a question of a mindset. It's a question of doing things differently. And I would like to stress this idea. It's not only an exercise, or not only a capitalization exercise. I think that the idea of synergies has to start from the very beginning. So we started in the programming period discussing how to work together, also with the members from the monitoring committee. We have here Monica Belisario, other countries were also involved. But not only, also we had the WestMed with DG Mare, we had the USAIR macro-regional strategy. And so we had this kind of inclusive approach and opened brainstorming kind of discussion. And that continues, We also started doing clustering. While they were organizing this programming, we checked this top 5 that we worked with together with Rosario, top 5 topics that are those topics that citizens and programs from this area are most interested in. We talked about sustainable tourism, which one of the spin-offs is the MMM, but also biodiversity, natural climate change, natural risks, and I think was economic cycle. Exactly. So based on this, we also decided to involve the projects and organize what we call the Mediterranean Thematic Week. It's online, 1 day per each day, 1 day per each topic. And we discussed with the experts coming from the program. We were mentioning the colleagues before and the participants that they would like more exchanges. Mm-hmm. We had this kind of exchanges with the 17 programs. It's important to mention that we are involving the 17 programs in the Mediterranean, and not only the European, Rosario will mention before, I will talk about later, but also the non-EU countries and another link that we always had from the very beginning is that we know we are not standing alone. Interreg is not standing alone. We are aware, we mentioned other policies, other funds. And from the very beginning, we started organizing meetings with colleagues from other DGs, and from other funds. We call colleagues from COSME, colleagues from LIFE, from Horizon. So from the very beginning, they were aware already on what Interreg was capable to do and the importance of the projects from Interreg. And what's coming next? Next, we will have the next edition of the Mediterranean Week. That's happening on the 28th of November. And this time we will join forces with Anna Lindh Foundation. So more and more we want to have this kind of support. Always, again, supporting the MMM, because we have to be proud of this huge exercise. And I can understand that coordinating 8 programs only to organize this event, I would like to see Curtio's face and, for example, So only organizing this event, it's a great effort. Imagine a joint call, which is their great ambition, right? We will be there. We have to say, don't worry, we will be there. We will be supporting you, okay? So count on us always. And I think that this is about what I have to say.
Yes, I think you've covered many issues there, and I'm sure people are very pleased to know that the support will be ongoing. Rosario, if I can go to you, senior expert with the MEDLAB group, TESM. MEDLAB is working with countries south of the Mediterranean. So how can you boost the momentum and collaboration with areas in those southern Mediterranean regions?
Thank you, Karin. So yes, I think one of the main scope of the MEDLAB group is actually having the full picture. And when we speak about Mediterranean synergies, we should remind that this is not an European business. In our programs, we have, as we saw, 22 countries actually already represented within the MMM, all, but at the same time, among them, 12 countries are non-European countries, both from accession, pre-accession, and neighborhood. So somehow the MEDLAB and the synergies balance neighborhood policy with cohesion policy. And here we have, and actually we welcome 5 at least Mediterranean countries, Algeria, Tunisia, Lebanon, Egypt. Good morning, everybody. They will take part of the thing. But another very important point that we learned through our process, that actually the game, the cycle starts with the programs as we are seeing today, but at the same time it goes immediately to projects. And this is actually where I am particularly excited, because apart these introductory panels, then we will step into voicing out, into having the point of view of the project. Because ultimately what we learn, I think, Mercedes, is the natural born synergizer are the projects more than the programs. So they are the ones performing the impact. So if we want to catch impact, we have to speak with them, we have to engage them. And this not only because they are, let's say, monads or self-referential entities, they have partners, therefore they have territories and expertise, as we discovered in the thematic weeks, and expertise bring back to the knowledge that have been mentioned. So producing knowledge passed by all these cycle, and this is exactly what we are trying to do. I just finished saying that all this movement is mostly invisible at the moment. We saw from the platform in the quiz that actually the projects that are being reported into the key platform are at the moment 1/4 of the potential of the 21-27 funds. So we will see an increasing, outcomes are not there already, of course. So we have a movement of a legion, I would say, of people engaged in integration, coordination, sustainability, green transition, and actually peaceful movement. And this is a big bunch of people around, a lot of entities. Mainly, half of them are authorities. Most of them are local authorities. And then they are paired with at least 25% of universities. So among these partners, complemented with both private sector and civil society organization. So we are all there performing that, and it's very exciting to see that apart from thinking about planning, about mechanism, now we are stepping into the actual conversation with them. So I'm very excited to see what's going on in these 2 days on that.
And just very quickly, Rosario, that wealth of information, you know, the legion of people engaged, as you said, in many different types of projects, including sustainability, are they swapping information with one another? Are they, you know, passing on that collective intelligence, as they call it?
Absolutely, yes. If you ask to any of the partners what they're doing, you discover that they have conversation with many programs, also beyond what we call Interreg bubble. So they actually perform knowledge that cross programs and create links between them. And let me add on that, Karin, that when we focus on the sustainable tourism program, as said by the data already available, we have more or less 20% of the project that deal directly with tourism, and among them, 20% are not labeled as tourism in the policy, on the specific objective, okay? And there is a big portion of them that are from PO2, that means environment. So the engagement into the environment is one of the, it absorbs 50% of the budget and on the project that are already there on 2021-27, and these show that there is a strong commitment and a strong coherence, especially from the territories, on keeping track on what are the big challenges on the European policy. And these remain, even if there are, you know, a lot of distraction around, but still on the ground, we feel that projects keeps the driver, keeps the line. And this is, I think, refreshing to know.
Okay, Rosario, thank you for that. Let's move to both Monica and Giuseppe, your group together as well, because you are going to tell us more about an Italian pilot initiative that you're involved in that's designed to foster coordination. Monica, we'll start with you first. I think you're very involved in its ability to create synergies, something that obviously we've been hearing an awful lot this morning. So maybe you can tell us more about it and the work you're doing with it.
Yes, thank you very much, Karen. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yes, I've been working with Interreg programs and cohesion policy for many, many years now. So let me start from something we all can agree on, which is Interreg is a powerful driver of innovation. It generates new solutions, it connects people across borders, tests approaches that often mainstream programs cannot explore. So the question is, how can we transfer all this value, all this potential from Interreg to mainstream programs? And that's why I repeated several times in different occasions the percentage of Interreg in the entire cohesion policy, European cohesion policy, is equal to 2.6. So a very low percentage, but with an enormous potential which has to be exploited. So that's where synergies come in, and that's why we launched our national pilot project, Synergies, which has been developed together with 5 Italian regions, pilot regions, and the idea was exactly, let's see how to transfer this value, how to transfer the meaning of cooperation. So we developed a methodology linking also the project results and the regional investments to the wider strategic frameworks like the SDG, the 2030 ONU agenda, and the SDGs, the macro-regional and sea-basin strategies, and all S3, S4 territorial regional strategies that are around and which we should fill with results, with content, with impact in the territories. So this was the first step, methodology. The second step was to screen hundreds of Interreg projects and a selection also of Horizon projects, because we are convinced that cooperation and innovation together represent an incredible driver for the development of territories. Then we launched 2 surveys to the regions, Interreg national contact points and mainstream managing authorities, in order to understand better what is the internal governance of the regions and how this governance can be functional to the best use of Interreg outputs. And the second survey was meant at identifying the thematic areas where Interreg outputs can be used in the best way and can be upscaled. Then we brought Interreg and mainstream authorities around the table to see, to explore how those outputs, those Interreg and Horizon outputs could feed into strategies, investment policies, and future goals of the mainstream programs. So the final output is a document of guidelines directed to Interreg and mainstream managing authorities, containing first a lot of information about the Interreg world. So what we found out about Interreg, about macro-regional and sea-basin strategies through other investigations that we carried out with mainstream programs is that there is very little knowledge of what we are doing, and that's not possible. So we have to make our best in order to ensure that all the knowledge we have that can be functional to a better impact, to a most efficient cohesion policy and in general public policies can be exploited by the programs. This was a very successful exercise. Among others, there are here many regions, but among others, it involved Puglia region, Friuli Venezia Giulia, Liguria, Valle d'Aosta, and yes, and Liguria. Yes, I told it. So beyond the content, what was really important was the institutional dialogue between the regional and the national level and within those levels. This is something that is still at a low level and that can be improved. Okay. So directly to the beneficiaries, to the stakeholders, what can you do to help this work, this engine of synergies of the mechanisms? So the first suggestion is to take care that your outputs are clear and accessible. This is what we found out. Many times the outputs were not accessible.
Okay.
And
so
yes.
Clear and accessible.
Clear and accessible. Communicate the value of your content, of your projects to the managing authorities, to the wider policy framework, the stakeholder politicians, okay, that can make the right decisions. And then stay connected after the project ends, because I mean these platforms, these communities, the mechanisms are tools, powerful tools in order to collect value and to transfer it.
Okay, we're running out of time, so yep. Monica, thank you very much for that, because I want to move on to Giuseppe, involved in the same project, but focusing on territories. So can you tell us a little bit more about those and your focus?
Yes, I would like to offer the point of view of the Italian regions, because I'm here on behalf of Italian regions. And we developed a methodology for the synergic capitalization of our best experiences in territorial cooperation. This methodology has a name, Territory Project, and to give you, I hope, permanent idea of this project, I would like to remind for a moment of a quite successful movie come out in 2000, The Perfect Storm. Do you remember? Mm-hmm. Well, our methodology could be easily titled The Perfect Brainstorm, because we deployed a team of 4 experts supported by a steering group of representatives from 5 Italian regions. 5 out of 20 can be improved, but it's a fair sample already. Yes. And we worked together along a route that, starting from the most promising project, not only Interreg project, lead to the identification of 3 cooperation platforms still active, that they are self-referential workplaces, but in which the main takers of the topics selected can share and compare their ideas much more freely than in an institutional committee. And they are basically a group of peers well equipped to amplify the financial and geographical dimension of the initiatives turn out to be the most appreciated. Some key words about our methodology. So I said the first phase was the selection of the most promising project funded by Interreg programs, but also by regional and national or other European programs, and that have produced measurable and lasting changes in the territories and are more consistent with the macro-regional strategies. Then we pass to a thematic identification through a matrix analysis based on the geographical dimension. So that allowed to match the most popular topics with the most suitable areas, and to measure also the top-down approach of the first phase with a bottom-up approach, because we interviewed and discussed with the beneficiaries. Then we try to identify challenges and working tracks, because we assessed the potential of capitalization of the projects, both in terms of reuse them to develop other projects, and in terms of adopt them to improve the tools, the programming tools already existing. The last phase, the cooperation platforms, once defined the set of challenges, we have to converge through a funnel process to select the topics able to trigger the cooperation platform. We hope that this model, given the interest shown and the results achieved in the pilot phase, may have in the near future to drive the launch of other further cooperation platforms promoted by other regions on new themes. Which are the 3 cooperation platforms? I hope you are curious enough now to know.
Yes, give us a brief overview of the 3 cooperation platforms.
Yes. In the Adriatic-Ionian Sea Basin, we have a platform on ports like energy and logistics hubs, with focus on the floating offshore wind farms and on hydrogen as a power carrier. Then in the Alpine and Central European area, we choose the green and innovative public procurement. And finally, in the Central Mediterranean areas, the sustainable tourism, of course, but with a focus on the impact assessment of the cycle tourism. Why the cycle tourism? We moved from a deep analysis of 29 projects, 2 COSME projects, 1 Horizon, 23 Interreg projects, and so on, with the goal of developing a model for the governance of cycling routes at the national level. Of course, we developed a model with a fairly limited set of indicators, 19, divided among 4 analysis dimensions, socioeconomic, environmental, economic, and of governance, in the sense of giving a strong voice to local communities and stakeholders like landscape governing bodies and so on. I hope to come back to this model later on. Just I would like to conclude, as I started, by mentioning the perfect
brainstorm,
the
yes.
perfect storm, because if you remember, the protagonists, after a moment of great success and euphoria, decided to face a fatal storm and destructively die, all of them.
Yeah.
I do really hope that the perfect brainstorm will survive, that we have a future, that our cooperation platform can evolve. Of course, it depends on us, first of all, on the Italian regions, to continue and commit ourselves, but we also need a great involvement from the national authorities, and we trust on the European Commission that only can provide the tools for improving the cohesion policies also at the regional level in the post-27.
Okay, very interesting. Just very, very quickly, Giuseppe, you said you focused on 5 regions in particular, but is the idea that projects that would develop in those regions would be able to swap information, would be able to learn, would get support. Is that the kind of idea then as well, that they could progress in that way?
Yes, yes. We have a very synergic discussion among us, and we tried to involve other colleagues from other regions. That is not always easy because we have, of course, we are engaged in too many projects and ideas. But I think that interrelations is a process at technical terms, scarce entropy, because it is reversible. So I think it can work.
Okay. Well, what I do is go over here, because I think we have about 10 minutes for questions. There was a lot said, many points raised, some very interesting initiatives underway. So I think we have a couple of people with roving mics. Who would like to start off? If you would like to ask the panelists or a panelist a question, can you please raise your hand? I'm just going to take these off just to make sure I can see in the back. So who would like to start the process? Have we got a hand up? Okay. I think if you can stand up, if you wouldn't mind, because the lights are quite strong here. So can I ask the hosts to take a microphone over, and maybe if you'd like to tell us who you are and who you represent, what you do?
Yes. First of all, good morning, everyone. I'm Mr. Alessandro Pernice, Head of Unit of European Programs at Arches University College of Italy, Palermo and Catania. First of all, congratulations for the very powerful and excellent event. And I would like to congratulate with all the speakers. I have just one question regarding the policy learning platform that will be addressed, of course, to the Director of Interreg Europe Programme. Let's say, according to your vision, how do you see concretely, the possibility to integrate this powerful tool that already exists, this policy learning platform, which includes a lot of policy paper, recommendations, results, achievement, with other programs tools, and in particular with the aim of, let's say, enhancing the integration and synergies among the different projects, as there are many other programs like Interreg NEXT MED, Interreg Italy-Tunisia, Interreg Italy-Malta that are also focusing on mainstreaming and are also producing a policy paper, policy action plan.
Okay.
But I think that there should be a link. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Erwin, do you want to answer that question?
Yes, I have to. Thank you, Alexandro, for the question. How do we link the experience, the knowledge to other programs? I would say, first of all, we do the exchange of knowledge, the capacity building. And then in the second step, this is with the projects, but also in the policy learning platform, the second step comes, you have learned from other regions how things could be done. You have no idea now how you do it. And then we give it in principle back to the region. You select the program, the mainstreaming, the funds you have available, via which you implement the policy solution. It can be a regional mainstream program, it can be a cross-border program, it can be a transnational program, it can be a Horizon program, and other program, a program which is suitable. But, as you mentioned it brings us to a certain idea we discussed also just last week with Jean-Pierre and the Commission. For the post-27, we could maybe even more structured think with the expertise we have in the policy learning platform to see concretely which funding mechanism, which program is most suitable to implement a good policy solution. This may be something for the future. We don't do it at the moment. It may be a small next step to the experts look into it, build the context, but of course at the end it's the region who has first of all to be fully motivated to do the policy change and then discuss with the program concerned how to do the policy implementation, how to access the funds, how to access the opportunities of the different programs which are on the European landscape.
Okay, thank you for your question. And maybe there's a note here in terms of the questions. So we've got somebody down there. If you can keep your questions focused on the future perspectives in terms of the development of the post-2027 programming period. I'm just going to rely on the hosts maybe to make sure that I'm picking up the right people in the right sequence. So yes, if you can tell us who you are and your question.
Thank you very much. I am Michalis Zervakis. I'm the rector from the Technical University of Crete, and I agree very much that we need to find ways of synergies, but at the final end, what we are interested in is the transfer of these projects and the results of these projects to the municipalities and the local governments. So essentially, we need some policy making or some policies addressing the governments and also the local municipalities in order to maintain and continue on the results of the programs that we develop. How do we do that? Do you have any specific ideas how to guide the programs to address guidelines for governments and local communities? Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mercedes, you had your hand up to answer that question.
Yes, I was really, thank you very much for the question, because there was a line that I really wanted to mention. Here, you can ask the programs. Of course, the programs is a tool, they will help you, but also the projects that are being funded. You have a broad partnership. That partnership should be meaningful, and you have to count also on the kind of partners you have. They are supposed to also be able to scale up the results. This is a meaningful partnership. If you have a partnership that you don't have a partner that's able to scale up kind of results, you have to check in the multiplier there. Of course, program, they have funding, capitalization calls, they are the tools, they will help you and contribute that. But also there's a responsibility from the project side, partnership side, and that was something that I really Rosario stressed about the projects. Partnerships have a responsibility also in the synergies, and you are the linkers with other funds. Normally you apply for other funds. I'm sure you're applying for other funds, Horizon. You're also applying, you have your contacts, so I think you should use them.
Okay, and Rosario, you had your hand up. Oh, sorry, are you not finished? Oh, no.
I would like to compliment.
Yes, Rosario, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Monica as well.
No, not much, only saying that, yes, the germ of the embedment should be already, and is already in the projects, because the projects are normally a blended partnership between think tank, local authorities, and maybe technicians or implementers. But also, I will say that creating knowledge that is exchanged in a sort of jungle, or let's say in a sort of labyrinth, should be consolidated with those platforms. And then I think the experience that had been shown, the attempt of linking together structural funds, structural policies, ERDF, with Interreg, which is a tremendous innovative experience and can be somehow put in touch with the more wider policies is the formula. So I think the direction that you, Monica...
And Monica, yes, you wanted to pick up on that.
Exit strategy for that.
Yes, just a few words. I really believe that we need to combine the bottom-up and top-down approach. So we can go nowhere if we don't combine the two sides. This means that you mentioned policy guidelines, that it is crucial that there is a kind of agreement, institutional agreement between all levels, I mean European, national, regional, to embed capitalization through synergies into the hopefully next programming period. And one magic word that was very important for the Commission when we started the exchanges on the mechanism: simplification. I mean, it's not a rhetorical word. We know that the whole framework is complicated, but we have to keep things as simple as possible. It is not easy, but this is the way. Thank you.
Okay, and that simplification applies to so many other programs and areas as well. Do we have maybe one or two more questions? So can you raise your hands if there are any more questions in the audience? I don't see any. Am I right in saying this? Do we have any more? If not, we will close the session out. So are we happy with that? No more questions for the moment? Okay, on that point, we will leave it. Thank you for very good questions. Thank you. Big, big thanks to all our panelists. Please say very good thanks. So with that, I will say goodbye to you. You are free to go. Thank you very much. And there have been many, many interesting points now raised over the last couple of hours since we started this morning, and I think all good food for material for our next session. Oh, quick picture? Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, is there another one? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you. So we'll move on to the third session, and the theme of this session is Beyond 2027, Building a Sustainable Future of Cooperation, an exchange on post-2027 cooperation focusing on challenges, innovative ideas and youth involvement. So we're first going to hear from the European Commission, and then that will be followed by a panel discussion with representatives of youth organisations across the region. And I don't need to tell you, you know this well, the 2021 to 2027 programming period is currently underway, and the phase of reflection and discussion on the post-27 period has begun. So this morning's first two panels allowed us to learn about and understand ongoing cooperation, capitalisation and mainstreaming initiatives, starting from the work promoted within the MMM. And we just heard of the many initiatives now underway and the possibilities and opportunities. So now we're going to shift our attention to post-27 and the common thread that links the present and the future. And now for this first part of this session, I'd like to invite on stage Jean-Pierre Halkan again, European Commission Head of Unit for Interreg Cross-Border Cooperation, Internal Borders. I'm going to go and join you over here, Jean-Pierre. So I'm not too far away from you because my headset mic isn't working, so I'm going to go over here. You're very welcome. Thanks again for joining us. Just maybe if we could start with your reflections, Jean-Pierre, on what you've heard. Busy morning, and in the last session as well, lots of interesting programs underway. Give us your thoughts on what you've heard so far.
Well, I've attended a very inspiring session, mostly about capitalization. And just to reassure you, capitalization is not a luxury. In a world which is changing faster and faster, we need to capitalize on a daily basis, nearly, on a continuous manner, because we have new priorities that are arriving where we do not have good practices, but even on the old priorities that are remaining on the top of the EU agenda, the good practices need to be adapted. Some will become obsolete, some have to be adapted, and some new good practices will appear. And it's very important that all of us, because we are all striving to make sure that Interreg has the most impactful results that we are dedicating enough attention to capitalization. And this is a process which is taking place in Interreg, but it is taking place in all EU policies, meaning that in many cases also we can learn from other EU policies and help sharing those good practices. And this is something very important where Interreg has an asset. As I mentioned also, all the EU policies, so right now we are working hand in hand to see what are the best practices, but we know that in a few months we are going to compete. We are going to compete for EU funds. The Commission will release the proposed regulation on MFF post-2027 on the 16th of July, and likely we are going to see also some of the key regulation being disclosed either on that day or on the following week. And there is one topic that we have not yet discussed, which is also the need to have synergies between programs. And I think that's very important, because what we hear in Brussels is that as we will have new priorities, like defense, security, migration, or priorities that have been in the scope of the EU but that are gaining importance, like enlargement, the discussion on the budget will be more and more complex. What we hear in Brussels is strategic guidelines, top-down, simplifying the EU budget, limiting the number of funds, and make sure that we have the synergy in the EU budget by working with national plans. This is what you find in the press. You read Politico, you read Euractiv, you will find many articles on that. And what we discuss here is something totally different. We discuss bottom-up. We discuss situations where we believe that overlap between programs is making sense. If we speak about split, split is part to 4 transnational programs, 2 CBC programs, and we can say that it makes sense that split is part to 6 strand A and B programs. We are not going to ask Croatia to choose, are you going to be part of USER or of the Danube strategy? Or then if you want to do both, then drop Central Europe. I think we believe that this overlap is part of the efficiency of Interreg. But if we believe into that, we need also to show that we are using the comparative advantage of each program in the most impactful manner. There are some easy way to already present it. We had a good presentation also by Erwin. I did not mention the interregional project, programs which are covering the whole of the EU. But it is also using the comparative advantage, knowing that some strands are more prone to do capitalization than others. But we still need to work hard to show that this overlap between programs is making sense in order to maximize the impact of territorial cooperation.
So maybe let's expand on that point then, because you're saying overlapping, there are positive aspects to overlapping, but you also talk about the need to have synergies between programs, something that has been mentioned many times. So let's talk about synergies then for the post-27 period. How important do you think will it be to have those synergies among EU funds in the current period and in the post-27 period?
For the reason I mentioned, as new priorities are appearing, as we see that programs are becoming more flexible, will adapt to shocks, which are internal or external. I think that making sure that Interreg is not working in isolation, but is connecting the dots between what we will find in national plans, for instance, will become even more important. If we take the assumption that we will have a programming system that will be more top-down, then using Interreg to help addressing the challenges of the EU, which for most of them cannot be addressed at national level. They cannot be addressed by a member state. They need to go, the solution goes across the border, and often across the border of the EU. So here we see the unicity that Interreg can bring in connecting the programs, the investment made by the EU, either in national context for the member states or with its external instrument. And there we also know that if we speak about external instrument, and I will limit myself to the candidate countries, we know that it is also a first experience for those countries to implement EU policies, EU tool on equal footing.
And do you have any advice for how there can be more connections between the programs, how Interreg can do that?
I think that the advice is to look at efforts successfully made by Interreg programs, either to use research, let's say research results, we spoke about Central Europe connecting with RTD programs, or we can also speak about, for instance, just to say roughly in the area about Italy-Austria, which has been looking at the CLLD effort, so a really grassroots effort made by DG Agri with the LEADER program, which has been extremely successful, and to say, well, if we have action groups in Italy and action group in Austria, maybe we can have cooperation between the action groups. That's something which is very inspiring. We are also looking at the fishermen, local action group, to see if they can be connected together. So I think that my message is, yes, go deeper into what you already do, because what we see is whenever we look at project, you are already looking at making the best of what is happening on both sides of a border or in a transnational context, and make sure that you build on this.
And building on the results of the post-2020 consultations of stakeholders and citizens, they were carried out by Interreg programs last year. How do you think Interreg stakeholders could give more visibility and provide higher quality contributions to the programming phase?
Yes. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the stakeholders, all the citizens who devoted time to contribute to this consultation. We had more than 10,000 responses. We were assisted by all the programs, by Interact, and also by an expert in order to draft a report. I can share with you the link of the report. We need to keep in mind that this is the only report I've heard of for an EU fund. There is no such report for ERDF, there is no such report for regional policy, no such report for RTD or for the neighborhood. So this is really unique. And I think that we should use it to the maximal extent to show that whenever a project is reaching a successful result, and as it was said, communicating is not showing off. Communicating is a must because we want EU citizens to know about the good work you do. It's also important to tell them, but by the way, it was not all small idea in a corner. It was something that people who are interested by cooperation believe is important. Sustainable tourism is one of the priorities that was flagged in the consultation. It's very important here, but it's also very important in the northern part of Europe. So, and I think it's very important to put this effort in a perspective, to build on the report, to say, by the way, we contribute to that topic, we contribute to that priority. And I think that's always very important whenever, in particular, if you are, I would say, at the implementation level, at an Interreg project, you may remind that you have been able to carry this project thanks to the program, but also thanks to the Interreg initiative, so that the person who are looking at that understand how EU is helping people concretely on the ground.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre. Does anybody have a question before we move to our youth panel for Jean-Pierre and the Commission in particular? Any hands up? If not, we will move on. Am I right in saying there are? Can you see any? I don't think so. Are there hands up in the audience? No. Okay. Stay with us, please, Jean-Pierre. Thank you very much for your contributions, because we're going to get your feedback once we hear from our youth representatives as well. Oops, I keep doing that. Sorry. You might have blown your eardrums by doing that. So we're going to move on now to the next and final stage of this panel session before we break for lunch. And I'd like to invite our youth representatives now to come on stage. Jean-Pierre, you're going to stay with us. And if we have that really powerful slide to illustrate why it's so important that we have young people participating in the way forward for future programs. Perhaps we can show that slide and I can refer to it. But in the meantime, I'd like to invite our representatives now for this segment to please join me on stage. Theo Briand, European Projects Coordinator at AFPJR and a former Ivy at the Italy-France Maritime Programme. You're very welcome. Our next guest is Anastasia Sakula, Innovation Consultant with the YIELD Project. Next up, we have Matteo Francesconi, President of Anci Giovanni Tuscany. Welcome, Matteo. And our next guest is Alessandro Rosata, representative of Giovannisi Project Tuscany region. So, Alessandro, please join me on stage. And then our final guest is Emma Magistri, representative of Youth for Future Cooperation and a former Ivy at the Interreg Italy-Croatia Programme. And there we have that very powerful slide. If you look at that, my goodness, the extent to which current and future generations will experience a hotter and different world depends on the choices now and in the near term. But if you look at the changes in climate, it's incredible, and it just shows you how each generation experiences a different climate reality. And the young people joining us on stage today have grown up in a different context from those of previous generations. And as I said, their contributions are so important. So I'm going to walk over here, and I'll try and not move the microphone. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, welcome you all. It's very nice to see you all. You're all very welcome. I'm going to throw a question out to most of you, and then we'll do a follow-up. So I'm going to start off with you, Theo, and you're very welcome. And my question to you is, it's kind of two questions wrapped in one, really. What qualities of young people do you think could be better represented, or what stereotypes of young people would you like to see disappear from European cooperation, whether it's in projects, programs, or policy making?
Well, first of all, hello everyone. I would very much like to emphasize the idealistic nature of young people. It is clear that not everything could be changed, but it remains extremely important to keep an open mind. And young people often brings with them interesting new proposals and creativity. And older generations should not automatically dismiss their ideas. So in my opinion, this would be a significant loss for European Union. And after all, the EU itself was founded by visionaries and even utopians. So we would not be where we are today without them. And moreover, the stereotype I would like to dispel is that young people are lazy. This is something I hear a lot. Yet I'm still waiting to meet the one fitting that description. Job opportunities were different decades ago, and now we are facing different challenges. But today I would like to highlight the determination of young people, including some of my friends who have been searching for work for over 6 months, who after submitting several hundred applications, attending dozens and dozens of interviews and enduring mistreatment from employers sometimes, they persist and keep on looking for a job. And despite the emotional toll, including a decline in self-esteem and even a period of depression, they do not give up, and too often candidates are treated like commodities, with recruitment processes becoming increasingly impersonal and dehumanized, so they are everything but lazy.
Okay, Theo, I'm very surprised that people think young people are lazy. I mean, that wouldn't be my experience, quite the opposite actually, that you work very hard and very long hours. But thank you for your intervention, and that preconception must surely be dismissed and gone. We shouldn't have that at all.
Thank
Anastasia, I'm going to ask the same question to you, please.
Hi everyone, thank you for the question. I will focus my reply on the fact that we are raised in a fully connected world, not only digitally but also socially and culturally, and we are interacting with different languages, perspectives and communities from a really young age. So this has made us more collaborative, inclusive and comfortable with the term of complexity, which is also a term that fully characterizes European Union territorial cooperation as well. Sometimes we are characterized as unfocused or too online, but I think that this situation, a new era, has built up the unique ability to bridge gaps, adapt quickly, and make us bring new solutions that can work across borders, which is something that Interreg programs and territorial cooperation needs today and post-2027 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Matteo, I'll come back to you for the next question, but I'll go to you, Alessandro. Same question to you then. And particularly, what kind of stereotypes about young people would you like to see disappear?
Hello, everyone. First of all, I'll take a minute to say that I'm glad to be here, and I believe in these moments because they are great opportunities for discussion. And your question is crucial to understanding how young people get involved in projects and why sometimes young people are disappointed about participation. In my experience in Tuscany with Giovani Sì, we created we stated a young council with an advisory role, and I see that young people that approach for the first time to a project brings powerful energy and powerful enthusiasm, and that's a volcano full of ideas. On the other side, apart from the Giovani Sì experience, I see that how can I say? I see that people look to this enthusiasm with judgment, and they say that they are incapable to do something, they are not able to take risks and responsibilities, they are confusing, and this can be disappointing for a young person who has approached to a new project. And their strong desire to contribute is misunderstood. So in other words, young people are judged on their lack of experience, but that's unfair because how can they have experience if they haven't started out yet? So for me, this stereotype has three negative effects. It causes disappointment in young people, it wastes potential and energy, and it slows innovations, since new ideas can be groundbreaking.
Mm-hmm.
Just in a nutshell, I can say that if you want young people to contribute in creating a path that lasts, we have to give them the opportunity to shine. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Emma, I'll go to you. Opportunity to shine. I think that's a lovely segue to you. Again, what strengths or qualities of young people do you think could be better represented?
Thank you so much for the question and for inviting me to be here. So when we think about Interreg, one of the first things that came up in our mind is a border. What about this border? So we as youth, we are used to this border. We are used to go across this border, to go among this border, to go beyond this border. This is our perspective. For us, borders are normal. Everybody on our generation has friends across borders or go to work in another country. So we would like to go beyond this stereotype, as we have mentioned previously, a lot of this stereotype that we have a lot of idea, but we are too idealistic, then we are lazy, we are naive, we do not have experience. Actually, we do not lack in commitment and capacity. Where we lack is accessibility and support. So we are here to tell you that we are ready, that we want to be part of this process. So this is why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emma. So let's talk about how you can be part of the process then. And Matteo, if I can go to you first. In terms of the Interreg programs and projects, how do you think they can be made more attractive, more accessible to younger generations, not only as beneficiaries, but also as active participants in the planning and governance of those programs and projects?
Well, I will speak about my experience.
Sorry to interrupt, Matteo. I'm going to go to Matteo first.
Oh, sorry.
Because yes,
we have quite the same.
We have a similar name. That's why. Okay. Sorry.
So, Matteo.
So, good morning, everybody. First of all, thanks. It's a pleasure to be here today, and thanks for the previous panel because I've learned a lot from that. Well, I'm going to answer adopting the point of view of a young professional who engage in politics. So I really believe that public incitation must reflect and involve all generations, but especially those who will live for the future we are planning. So to make the Interreg program more attractive and more accessible, I think it could be really interesting to imagine an Interreg governance model that also includes the young policymaker. Why? Interreg program already involves young people, maybe through also the Youth Council, which I think it's a positive and beautiful experience. But I think also we need to make an upgrade with also the policy maker. Why? Because there is also a different approach, a different point of view. Young people have specific priorities for the next 5 years in the EU, and also a unique way of the perspective of the mobility, of the travel, about the territorial connection. So for this reason, first of all, I think it will be valuable to involve the younger professional into more deeply reflection about this. Maybe someone can think this is a little bit strange or also impossible, but I would like to present our concrete project that we are doing. We are doing it in Italy, in Tuscany region, but also at the national level. I present the Youth National Association of Italian Municipality. You see, it's called Youth ANCI. What is? It's an association of administrators under 35 years old who engage in politics. They come from all the municipalities. Maybe they are mayor, vice mayor as me, councillor, and they represent their territories. So they bring the voice of the territory, of the community, into an upper places, so dealing with the national level. And why this is important? It's important because our goal is to co-create new innovative policies through networking with a medium term, not a small term, so medium term, that's what we need. And we need a strong relationship between citizen, association and countries, and we are working about these main areas, ecological transition, health and well-being, and also a new form of participation and also civic engagement. These are not just topics for the future, but these are important priorities for the present. I think this network could serve also for an initial think tank, and I am here also to launch a perspective, also a project, because it could be great to make, as we made in our country, a group of an association of the European, European local administrator, maybe under 35 years old. Let's see how it goes. But representing this stuff, it could be really a valuable opportunity to build also on the work we are already doing, but also you are already doing in the Interreg program.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
That sounds very interesting, Matteo. Thank you very much for that. Did you say you're a vice mayor? Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, vice mayor of my municipality, Catanari municipality in Tuscany region.
Okay,
yes.
Very good. Theo, so now back to you to answer the same question. And if you could take the floor, please. Thank you.
Yes, so I will talk about my experience. So nowadays, most young people know about Erasmus program, a fantastic way to discover new country, new cultures, and developing a sense of belonging to the EU. But because it's so well known, having Erasmus experience no longer stands out on a CV as much as it used to. So to promote youth involvement in cooperation programs, I believe the Interreg Volunteer Youth program is excellent. I had the opportunity to be an IB at the Interreg Maritime Managing Authority in Florence in 2023, and I consider this experience to be a kind of professional Erasmus, but even more formative. So this was particularly true for me as I had studied international relations, and specifically between Italy and France, and I was aiming to work on European projects. So IV gave me a real look inside the European project factory, which is something you rarely see from the outside. It's difficult. So I'm convinced that it's an excellent way for young people to get a foot in the door and show their value to project partners. And the best part in this program, it costs nothing to the host organization, so it's really great. But I would like to draw attention to the fact that even if this program is truly very appropriate and excellent for young people, it is still a financial investment in their future. For example, in my case, while I was in Florence, my monthly indemnity was around 800 euros, but you won't be surprised that Florence is a fairly expensive city, and my rent was also 800 euros. So this makes the experience almost impossible for young people in precarious situations, and I think this is something we need to think about. It's great to involve young people, but they must also be given the means to get involved. Today, the major European institutions for cooperation are located in large cities where rents have become prohibitive for young people who are not from those cities, and it's creating disparities. So the European Union is the heritage of us all, and today's action will have an impact on future generations. And in my opinion, it is essential to involve young people, and even those younger than us on this stage. And to conclude, Ivy is a win-win for both young people and project partners. Young people are gently introduced to European cooperation, and it introduces fresh perspective, builds mutual appreciation, and, however, care must be taken to ensure that the experience does not become elitist and that everyone can have a voice in inclusive European cooperation and no one should be left behind.
Okay, Theo, thank you very much. That's very good, and it's always that issue, isn't it, about young people doing work experience or internships, the issue about even some doing it obviously for no pay, and that really needs to be addressed. Thank you for those very interesting propositions. Anastasia, What would you suggest?
Yes, well, I will focus on both streams, young people as beneficiaries and young people as future project partners. Concerning the involvement of youth in project as beneficiaries, I think that we should focus on bringing on more innovative project designs and work plans that brings an extra value for the young people and create real experiences, meaningful, and creating real impact. An example is the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs initiative, funded by EISMEA, which brings together young innovators and host organizations, and they're working on developing new proposals, new ideas, new projects, and new business models. And actually, this approach has been also incorporated in one of our projects, the YIELD project, funded under Interreg Next MED, which will bring together young people across Mediterranean that have solutions on blue, green economy, circular economy, and eco-innovation. And this is a really innovative approach that can link them with the market. And now, regarding the young people as project partners, I think that the programs now have really shifted their focus in youth, especially the Next MED has built a new approach that focusing on youth project directly and have also specified criteria that should be followed in order the consortium to be built up. And this way, they can ensure that the partners can deliver real value to the youth people. So I think this approach could be also followed by other Interreg programs as well. And finally, when I was 23, I didn't know even the existence of Interreg and territorial cooperation, so there is probably a gap of awareness. And the work programs could include indicative activities inside the call for proposals that aim to raise awareness and build capacities for youth in what Interreg is, how youth fund works, and how they can build successful proposals.
Very good.
Thank you.
Yes, very good proposals. Alessandro, I don't know whether you want to answer this question. I can go to Emma, but we might, if you wanted to just give some thoughts.
I think the time is really...
Well, I'll go to Emma then, okay. Straight for Emma's views.
Thank you so much. So today I'm here representing the group of youth for future cooperation. So last November, 100 youth were together in Brussels and we draft the youth declaration. This youth declaration already have a few recommendations for the inclusion of the youth in the territorial cooperation. But I am happy, I want to share my happiness to hear also this morning that was a question, and I want to thank you also Mr. Puleo to answer to the question about the youth involvement. It means, for us it's very important hearing this because it means that also from your side you're acting for it. So for my perspective, what we really need to do is definitely feel the accessibility and the support, but also the intergenerational gap. And in this declaration, we have drafted a few recommendations, but how to share this declaration much better. In my perspective, a very good idea is definitely the translation of this declaration in a different language of the programs that can be more accessible for all. And actually, I would like to share with you that I discovered that a lot of programs actually are interested and willing to help us in the translation of this declaration. So I think that this is a very nice initiative, and also a very nice is something very nice that can help us in the future to actually spread out our voice. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well, lots of suggestions. So thank you so much. Lots of very interesting views, feedback, proposals. I'm going to ask Jean-Pierre Halpin now. I mean, you're not short of ideas there, Jean-Pierre, about how to involve young people. Perhaps you can summarize your views in a few minutes for us, please.
Yes, thank you, Karen. First of all, I would like to say that all the contributions I heard just now were really interesting. I also listened to Alessandro when he was saying, well, sometimes we have the feeling that we are not fully understood. First of all, I would like to say that Interreg is, to my own perception, very much pioneering on youth engagement. We have the Interreg volunteer youth, and I'm pleased to have with me Beniamino, who is in charge of this contract in Brussels. He's preparing the next generation of Interreg volunteer youth. He may speak about that. We've been hiring more than 1,000 volunteers, and I think this is really a success. You spoke about the declaration made by young people, for young people, what this big event in Brussels is the only one that took place in the scope of cohesion policy to engage with young people. And I think this is tremendously important for two reasons. The first one is we had a really nice slide when we started the discussion with the perspective vis-à-vis climate change. And I think that now when we take a decision, we try to engage everyone. And we want to have a balance between, for instance, gender, male and female. But I think that with the perspective that was given to us, it's also important to have the good generation mix, that we have senior people who are often older, but also that we listen to the voice of young people. And that's also where, for instance, the partnership principle that set up the participation of young people in Interreg program is so important. The next point I have is also to speak about the future of Europe. I hope that all of you here are in favor of a strong Europe. At the end, we know that there is a debate, and we see that in more and more member states, with a part of the population that does not see the added value of European policies. And among the part of the population that is less receptive, we have also young people. And I think that it's important that we use all the means we can, including the EV, for instance, not only to allow young people to get to know how Europe is working, but also to make sure that we use young people to speak to young people. And that's something very important. I've seen fascinating projects where volunteers, together with other group of young people, they can be a youth council, have been also visiting schools to say, well, we are young people, we believe into that, that's what we do, to explain how Europe is working. Because what we see also here around this table is that we speak to young people that are very committed, and I really applaud you for that, but we are with the cream of the cream. I think that when you in Brussels ask the question, who are the master? And we had 100 young people in the room, and everyone raised a hand, and then I asked who has no master, and one person raised his hand. It was a male colleague, and then he came to say to me, well, but I will soon have one. So we are working with the cream of the cream, but it's important that we are also that we speak to all young people, the one who had the chance to go to university and the one who don't have that chance, in order to speak about Europe. So there, I think there is also a very strong communication role in order notably to counterbalance all the fake news we see on what Europe is not doing or should be doing. I will leave it at that because I think that I do not want to be the last one speaking before the lunch and preventing people to go to lunch.
Well, thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Very interesting. And a big thanks to all of our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, perhaps you would show your appreciation to our youth panel and Jean-Pierre. So, yes.
I just would like, because I was looking at your table and I see we still have a few minutes before the end of this session. Among you are here representing either programs or projects. I would like to see who has already experienced volunteers in this program or in this project. If you can raise your hand, if you have had an IV.
So if you already have a young volunteer in the project, an IV.
I think that there we need to do capitalization strongly. in order to make sure that we make the best of the EV system. It's really an asset. And once you started working with volunteers and...
Can we have just a little bit of quiet in the room, please?
I think that it's really something I have not heard a managing authority saying, well, we are the volunteers, but at the end we will give up. Often, once they have won, they are continuing to hire some. So I believe that there is room for capitalization, and we are ready to assist also all the MA who are still hesitating.
Okay, on that point
and
we will...
it's a burden-free system. That's something very important. Sometimes we hear, yeah, but it's too much work. No, contracting and recruitment of the volunteer is made by AEBR, which is contracted by the Commission.
Okay, on that point, now just an important housekeeping issue. The organisers would like a family picture. And I'm going to just, before you all jump up for the family picture, just to let you know, lunch is going to be served. It's available now outside this room, and you'll have a lunch break of an hour and a half, which is terrific for all your networking opportunities. If you can be back here in this room for 30 minutes past 2, so we can start promptly with the next section. But I'm going to hand it over to Cecilia, who wants to organise the photographs? So if, who's the organiser? Irene? No. No, but I think everybody. I think they want, don't you want everybody in the room? Or who do you want the... Okay, so Aldo, do you want to do the organising then? Okay, take one from the panel, and then everyone in the room. Okay, very good.
Join to make the picture before leaving. It's very important that we have the family picture. Thanks. Please, come in, come in. For everyone, so come in, come up. La gente non si muove, a meno che...
Ma no, devi chiamarli, perché 200 persone sono tante.
Ok.
Sono già andati.
Sì.
Secondo me facciamo un secondo momento, se volete farlo, facciamo magari un secondo momento dopo, anche eventualmente.
Questo pomeriggio? Sì. Ok.
Eventualmente però bisogna informare Karen in modo
Ma
che
adesso stanno arrivando tutti? Sì. Ok. All in, please, please, all in. must go there. Sta complicato, eh? Ah, è impossibile che todo il mondo sia vicino, non passa nulla. Non si vedrà. Ma non si. No. Oliverio, per favore.
Riescono a restringere un po' di più tutti quanti?
2, test 2, 3, 1, 1, hej, 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 test, test, test 2. Test 1, 1, test, test. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Hej, hej, test, test, 1, 1. Ok. Govornica. Govornica, govornica, govornica. 1, 1, test, test, test. Hej, hej. Dva, 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 test 2, 3, test 2, 2.
1, 2. Good. We have a microphone. Can I just ask, we're about to start the afternoon session. Can I ask those of you coming into the room to please take your seats? It's very noisy, so maybe we can get some quiet. It's always very difficult to get people's attention immediately after lunch on such a beautiful day. Will I begin, Mark? Yeah, okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can I get your attention, please? Can I ask you to please, hello, everybody in the room. I don't want to shout because that's really rude. So can I get your attention, please? Thank you for giving us your attention. We're about to start the next session. Maybe we could close the doors because there's still a lot of noise coming in. So welcome back, everybody, and a big thanks to our hosts for giving us and organizing such a beautiful lunch in such a beautiful location. Very tempting to get out there in that swimming pool and go for a swim. So welcome back. Really, can I have your attention? There's an awful lot of noise. Can we close the door? Can somebody close? Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Very good. Okay. We're going to move on to our next session, final session, before we go to the workshops. The theme of this session is Mediterranean strategic and sectoral initiatives. How do they deal with sustainable tourism? And this session is going to be moderated by Martin Heibel, Communication Manager with Interreg NEXT MED. I'm going to hand over to Martin, and he's going to introduce his panelists and conduct the session. Martin, over to you.
Thank you very much, Karen. So I'm very happy to moderate this session, not only because we have fantastic speakers and an exciting discussion, so because also we can, I think, give a rest to Karen, which has been delivering a terrific job in keeping the attention very high. So if you agree, I think a big round of applause for Karen would be very much appreciated. Thank you. So, as we continue our collective reflection to understand how tourism in the Mediterranean can continue to contribute to sustainability, development, territorial cohesion, and cooperation, we are witnessing also across our region, on both shores of the Mediterranean, major initiatives that will shape the future of our region, and of course that will have also links with the topic of today's discussion, with sustainable tourism. So I think this session is very, very interesting because we are taking together a broader perspective beyond our Interreg programs, beyond our Interreg projects, to explore together strategic initiatives, sectoral framework, and long-term policy agendas that are shaping the region futures and that have a connection with sustainable tourism. And this discussion actually is coming in a very timely moment for the Mediterranean, with major initiative under development or major initiative being developed. And I think together with my panelists, we will address some of them. It's been highlighted this morning by the Commissioner for the Mediterranean, the new Pact for the Mediterranean, which is set to strengthen the cooperation between the European Union and our partner countries from the southern of the Mediterranean area. The recently adopted EU Ocean Pact, which is a major initiative for preserving our seas, and I'm happy that we have a representative of DG Mar with us today. The Blue Mediterranean Partnership, which has been launched very recently at the United Nations Ocean Conference in Nice, and it's an initiative which is partly led by the Union for the Mediterranean, and of course, major sea basin and macro-regional strategies such as the Adriatic Union strategy and the West Med initiative. So the context, the momentum is very dynamic for the Mediterranean area. A lot is happening, and this, of course, has a connection with sustainable tourism, which really sits at a crossroads of many different topics, such as economic growth, environmental sustainability, social cohesion, and territorial governance. So today, together, will showcase, thanks to the speakers, major initiatives which are supporting sustainable tourism across the Mediterranean area, beyond the community of our Interreg program, and we will explore how our initiative, our frameworks can really connect and engage with the initiatives that will be showcased by the speakers, so we have a more cohesive and synergic approach for delivering impactful, sustainable tourism across the Mediterranean area. So I'm very pleased to be joined today by 3 panelists. So on the far right side, Adriana Salazar, Sustainable Blue Economy Expert at the Union for the Mediterranean, an institution we've been really developing as far as Interreg NEXT MED is concerned, a strong cooperation, and we're working together for the Mediterranean area. On my right side, Senka Daniel, who is the coordinator of Pillar 4 on sustainable tourism under the EU strategy for the Adriatic and the Ionian region, the user, and you're also the head of the European Affairs and Policies Division in the Ministry of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Croatia. And finally, Christos Economou from the European Commission, DG MAR, Deputy Director with responsibility for maritime policy and blue economy, and Head of Unit with responsibility for sea-basing strategies, maritime regional cooperation and maritime security. So you're really an expert in blue economy. So we also explore together the links between blue economy and sustainable tourism. So we have 40 minutes ahead for this session. And I'd like to start with you with a quick opening insights from your perspective, from your experience, from what you have heard this morning about, in your opinion, based on your experience, what's the top priority in this moment to make sure that sustainable tourism really continues to be an asset for the territories, for the communities, for the economic, and not a stress actually for our territories. So I'd like to start with you, Adriana, on a short insight about the key challenges you see in this moment for sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean area.
Okay, super. Thanks a lot, Martin. So yeah, first of all, good afternoon. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be with you today, especially in such good company, I have to say. It's right after lunch, so we'll try to make it as lively as we can, but do bear with us. So let me also strongly, representing the UFM here today, really welcome today's gathering, today's meeting as a real landmark moment for the Mediterranean sustainable tourism community. This is very clear to us. This specifically is actually an exercise that the UFM has been strongly advocating for already since some time. And I mean, it's clear we know as a region that in order to really accelerate, to take to the next level, the deep changes, systemic, complex changes, transformations, paradigm shifts that are really needed in the region to effectively advance towards more sustainable tourism models, maritime and coastal, but otherwise. And in particular in a region as complex as ours, and in particular in the current, let's say, very complex historical phase, as we all know, we need to think boldly, we need to think creatively, and we need to think differently. And from the perspective of the UFM, we really see the inter-program coordination mechanism in this light. So just to say that we're extremely glad, satisfied, encouraged, energized to see this vision come to life. So in terms of top priorities, I'm going to highlight 2. They're quite macro, so maybe I'm going to cheat a little bit. The first one, I mean, it has been said throughout the morning, but I think it's really also our role to really drive this message home. We need to continue, of course, strengthening the focus on the regional, basin-wide, med-wide, transboundary dimension. The transboundary, let's say, cooperation and partnership on sustainable tourism, on the north-south cooperation. I mean, we have, as we mentioned, a complex situation in the region, for sure. The needs in the south and the east of the basin are great, but the opportunities are also, extremely important, and a lot of progress has actually taken place in the south and the east of the basin, even in the past few years. So I think we need to continue working together, for sure, to keep increasing the access to our southern, eastern, Mediterranean partners and friends, colleagues to the Interreg system, to the Interreg, let's say, ecosystem. This is something that I know that we are working on together for sure. So as simple as that, shared challenges required shared solutions. We are stronger together. This was mentioned, of course, this morning, and we need to keep learning from each other. So just to say that basin-wide frameworks and mechanisms do exist. We'll dive a little bit deeper into the UFM's relevant mechanism. And I also wanted to say, I mean, despite the complex historical phase that we're going through in the region, of course, there is a lot of cause, I think, for optimism as well. So the only way forward at the moment, and always, I think, is enhanced cooperation. Yeah. And then my second top priority, and I'll be super quick here, is to, of course, keep supporting the development, let's say, of the sustainable blue economy. So as a governance approach, as an integrated approach, as a holistic approach that is deeply cross-sectoral, multi-stakeholder, that can really support, drive forward the sustainable tourism transition in the Mediterranean. So we know that sustainable blue economy in the Med over the years has emerged as one of the key pillars, let's say, of the Euro-Mediterranean cooperation itself, and at all times as a real glue in the region, if you will, and that it can and it is acting as a real driver for sustainable development across the region, bringing a wide range of economic, social, and environmental benefits, to, let's say, decarbonize and circularize our sea-based economies, to protect and restore our maritime and coastal ecosystems, and to deliver on fairer, more resilient, healthier livelihoods across the region. So just wrapping up, enhanced regional cooperation combined with sustainable blue economy, and I think we have a real winning combination here at large, and especially maybe particularly suited to sustainable tourism, maritime and coastal and otherwise.
Thank you, Adriana. I'd like to pass the floor now to Christos and his insight on the top challenge now for sustainable tourism.
Okay, good afternoon to all, and thank you very much for having me today. Actually, I feel quite at home being surrounded by so much blue, because DG Mare, and I represent DG Mare here, obviously looking into the coastal and maritime dimension of tourism. And I believe this is the biggest part of what you are discussing among the projects, whether we want it or not, because Mediterranean has such an affiliation with this blue economy sector that cannot be missed. This is, I think, the blue dimension of tourism that we found all around the Mediterranean. And this is something I would like to insist, because you talk about cooperation, capitalization, exchange of best practices, and this should involve both sides, east, west, north and south in the Med, and this is on what we are working as well. I think through the different projects in Interreg, you are trying to involve indeed both sides, and I believe this is the force that you have put in place for promoting, I think, best practices and maintaining the sustainable phase of tourism, because you asked about the challenges, and I believe the word sustainability is the challenge. And this is, I think, what we have to try to achieve if we want the path to last. This is all in your title. I think this is the biggest challenge, how to adapt the blue economy sectors to the new dimension of sustainability. I will talk later, I think, also about the biggest, let's say, strategic priority we have with the Ocean Pact, but I believe maintaining the capital of the sector should be the biggest priority. Maintaining, I think, the balance, the sensitive balance in the coastal communities between what we can achieve promoting tourism and how much we intervene in their everyday lives. So I would like also to say that the cooperation is on one thing between projects and between countries and regions, but also the involvement of citizens, that they understand also what they gain from this or the other scenario is also very important. And last but not least, tourism is not the only sector that competes for space in the coastal and maritime regions. Maritime spatial planning is a very important tool. Nobody mentioned this since this morning, but I think if we want to develop tourist activities and also sustainability, we have to see what else is developed there and how much the local authorities take benefit of this or the other specialization that they like to push for their region. So all this need to be taken into account in a coherent way. And I believe I would like to stop here, but I have really more to tell you afterwards.
So, Senka, your perspective on the top challenge now?
Yes, we all speak about sustainable tourism practices, but I think that we should speak also about regenerative tourism, which is important because it offers solutions to address negative impacts of traditional tourism. We have to be aware that tourism is complex, a dynamic system where everything is interconnected. So as the most important priority, I will stress the need for change in mindset and focus on well-being of tourists, for both tourists and local people. Cooperation, communication, and active engagement of local people in planning, development, and management of tourism activities in destination are key for this shift.
Thank you. So we have set the context of this panel of the overall challenges that are deemed as relevant by our panelists for sustainable tourism. And now we'll start to deep closer into how each of these initiatives is actually supporting the development of the sector, is delivering for coastal communities. So I would like to start with Adriana from the Union for the Mediterranean. So we've heard that the Union for the Mediterranean really is engaged into developing a sustainable blue economy in the Mediterranean area on both shores, a successful UN Ocean Conference where you've been really active, but how this agenda, to which extent this agenda integrate also the growing need for developing coastal sustainable tourism, and what are the key initiatives that are being implemented by the Union for the Mediterranean?
Got it, yeah. Thanks a lot, Martin. I have a quick slide if this is with the team.
There should be a slide from the technician.
We have it, perfect. We have it.
Okay.
Just because it gives a bit of
Great.
a visual reference.
Yeah.
So yeah, thanks a lot. Actually, so sustainable tourism at large, but specifically sustainable maritime and coastal tourism, are both at the core of the UFM's agenda on sustainable blue economy, of our regional agenda on sustainable blue economy, and are also a deeply, let's say, cross-cutting priority. I also want to acknowledge at this stage that the major share, let's say, of the UFM's work on sustainable blue economy is actually supported directly by DG Mari, and we're extremely grateful for this. So indeed, in 2021, just to give you a bit the backstory, which I think will be familiar to many of you, but not all of you, I'm sure, the countries of the UFM, the member countries of the UFM, the 43, so our membership is composed of the 27 EU member states plus 16 countries from the south and the east of the basin, extending to the Balkans and including Palestine and Israel, among others. So they agreed on a landmark ministerial declaration on sustainable blue economy, which already built on the work that was achieved since the adoption of the very first UFM ministerial on blue economy, adopted in 2015, so at the birth of the SDGs. So really building on this process, the countries adopted a very ambitious declaration that really put in very definite terms, the principles of sustainable development at the very core. So, of course, circularity, sustainable consumption and production, decarbonization, inclusiveness, you name it. Important to note that at the time it twinned, so we're talking about convergence, synergies, alignment, coordination. It twinned with the important 2021 EC communication on advancing towards a blue economy in the EU, which, as you know, marked the shift at EU level from using the term or the approach of blue growth to sustainable blue economy. So really extending and mainstreaming this concept, let's say, in the Mediterranean. It features an expanded mandate, so now covering, let's say, 10 priorities. As you can see, so the ministerial covers, first of all, a number of key blue economy sectors that were deemed both traditional and emerging, let's say, that were deemed to be of particular strategic importance by the countries of the UFM. But crucially, it also encompasses a number of what we call enablers or accelerators that can precisely help to support the sustainable development of those sectors. So here, of course, blue finance, research and innovation, blue skills, careers and jobs, and so on, MSP and integrated coastal zone management, of course. And what you see here as well is that, of course, sustainable maritime and coastal tourism actually for the first time is the object of a dedicated standalone priority, but of course, sustainable maritime and coastal tourism, as you can see, is cross-cutting to the 10 priorities. So I won't go into depth now, but if you go visually down the list, you who are the experts in this field will see that sustainable tourism has a role to play in each of the 10 priorities. Maybe I would like to say, yes, of course, that further to the adoption of this ambitious ministerial, the countries of the UFM decided to take an even further step forward to work together under the UFM-EU, so DG Mare and Jordan co-presidency, with the Mediterranean Sustainable Economy Community, with experts, with the countries, of course, towards the, let's say, hands-on implementation of this ministerial. So in 2022, they adopted another landmark document in the region, which you see here, which is the roadmap for the implementation of the ministerial. This is a very rich document, available in French, Arabic, and English. I encourage you to review it. And first of all, it provides, let's say, an overview of what is the situation of the region, so a snapshot of what has been achieved, what is actually being implemented in the region, so a gap analysis, if you will, and also points towards, crucially, concrete and actionable pathways, let's say, for future cooperation, potential funding, that could actually be implemented on the ground for each of the 10 priorities, from the short to the longer term. Of course, it takes stock of all of the projects that are ongoing in the region, and initiatives, projects that are what we call associated to the roadmap, and this is the case of Interreg, so all of you are associated to the roadmap as well. And crucially, the key concept I think to keep in mind is that the ministerial and the roadmap taken together provide, let's say, a framework, first and foremost, for political, technical, and financial convergence towards the objectives, which you see here, that the countries have set for themselves. I just wanted to note that this system is backed by a results-based monitoring, reporting, and evaluation mechanism, fed by annual reporting from the countries, which then feeds the roadmap itself, which is in fact a live document, which is updated regularly. In fact, at the last meeting of the UFM Regional Platform on Sustainable Blue Economy, which took place in Barcelona in February, which you see here, in fact, we received the first let's say, summary report following the annual reporting by the countries. And I just wanted to share with you a couple of quick insights specifically on tourism. So we learned that, this is probably no surprise to you, that sustainable maritime and coastal tourism is one of the priorities, certainly receiving the most funding in the region, mostly coming from Interreg, but also from Horizon programs. And it is the top priority, in fact, the top ministerial priority in terms of number and range of initiatives in the region. So this gives us an idea, of course, of the diversity, the wide range of challenges that we actually have to tackle in the region. Most of the projects had a regional component, meaning that, that they counted with at least one Southern Med partner. And at national level, just to note that what emerged through this analysis, that various countries by now have and are incorporating sustainable tourism beyond their national sustainable economy initiatives, which are emerging as well in the region, in their national tourism initiatives. This is the case of Algeria, Egypt, Jordan, Morocco. So now I'm going to start wrapping up to say that, of course, we don't work on this alone. We work with a wide range of partners and stakeholders precisely to support this coordination and convergence. So I don't want to go through a laundry list of projects and initiatives. To say we collaborate extremely closely, of course, with WestMed, with the Commission, with whom we have, I would say, a genetic relationship, in the framework of the technical group on sustainable tourism, but beyond. We collaborate also closely with OSER. In fact, OSER was present and engaged in the framework of our last UFM regional platform on sustainable blue economy. We labeled the entire governance axis of Interreg Euro-MED. We currently have a technical assistance in place precisely to support capitalization of Interreg projects towards the wider MED. So just to give an idea, in the interest of time, I'll just stop here.
Just 1 minute, really.
Done.
So we have time for our speakers.
Got it. So
30 seconds.
30 seconds. So what else did I want to say? Yeah, and perhaps, yes, so just to cite some of the partners that historically we've worked on specifically on sustainable tourism. Of course, there's also CPMR IMC. yeah, and we also supported last year, over the past couple of years, the establishment of the important Interreg Euro-MED associate partner status, which is enabling southern partners to join up to a certain point to engage in the framework of Interreg Euro-MED projects. This is absolutely in the direction that we...
Thank you, Adriana.
And final point, just...
Really final.
That just to note...
There is so much on the plate,
I'm sorry, there's really a lot. Final. Just to note that, of course, I mean, sustainable tourism, as you've seen, is covered through our Sustainable Blue Economy dossier, but it's also tackled, obviously, under our environment dossier. So there we have a similar mechanism, which I don't have time to go into, backed by the 2021 UFM Ministerial on Environment and Climate Action, and also backed by an implementation roadmap called the Greener Med Agenda 2030. I'll stop here, but just to say that this is covered by various dossiers.
Very rich insight on the work of the UFM for supporting sustainable tourism. I will move directly to Christos, because the landmark Ocean Pact was recently unveiled and approved by the European Commission. So keywords are protecting the seas, promoting a thriving blue economy, and supporting the well-being of coastal communities. What are the priorities and how this framework connects actually with the topic of sustainable tourism?
Yes. Thank you for the question, but allow me to go a little bit backwards, because otherwise it will look like the Ocean Pact came out of the blue. Of course, we have for years now promoting the synergetic approach towards the maritime affairs and blue economy, and particularly, as I said, through maritime regional cooperation, we have promoted a lot the work around the different sea basins. So I would like specifically to refer, following what Adriana said, to the West Med initiative, which has promoted, among other priorities, cooperation in the field of coastal and maritime tourism. And as Adriana mentioned priorities under the UFM Ministerial Declaration, let me also mention the Malta Ministerial Declaration from 23, where coastal and maritime tourism has been identified as key priority between the 10 countries involved in the West Med initiative. And we have progressed already, setting a technical working group. The countries have been involved jointly in projects. 9 tourism-related projects were funded over the last 6 years for an amount of 17 million euros. So we also supported this through MFAF, the Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, with dedicated calls on tourism. So there is a lot of affiliation, as I said, between what we do under the generally blue economy, what we do under maritime regional cooperation, and what we do with tourism. Now, let me tell you a few words on the Ocean Pact, because as you said, this is the new thing. It came out only early this month. It was presented by the President of the European Commission, and it provides really the comprehensive response of how to protect ocean health, but also boost Europe's sustainable blue economy. As I said, this is, I think, how to find the right balance. There is a lot of this material in the Ocean Pact. And the Pact promotes further the sea basin dimension, the approach that I said it was there earlier, but we look into ways how to strengthen this. And we even, in the Mediterranean particularly, the Pact looks into developing cooperation in the Eastern Mediterranean. I know that it has been looked upon by people also in the room, but there is a gap on the way we coordinate and cooperate between countries and regions in this side of the Med, and so this is something that is announced in the Pact. Then also we look specifically on tourism. The Pact includes already what we heard this morning about the strategy on sustainable, EU strategy on sustainable tourism that the Commissioner said it will come out already spring next year. But we also announced a strategy for coastal communities, which means we look into challenges and opportunities for coastal communities. And what else is there for coastal communities? Obviously, tourism is also part of the activities that are key for these communities, and that's also announced for 2027. Another thing which is announced in the Pact is a strategy for islands. And then again, talking about islands without talking about tourism, how can we close the chapter? So these are things that clearly are of interest to this community that talks about capitalization, sharing of results, and all the encouraging things we heard since this morning, because this will shape also this future policy. So for me, it goes beyond what you discuss of how you continue the different projects, but also how we take back certain of the things you develop for developing further these policies and initiatives that I mentioned. So I'm very encouraged, but I rely also on the next phase of what you will be delivering under this MMM initiative. I like the acronyms as well. So I will stop here, and clearly I think a lot of interest around the blue dimension of tourism from our side here.
Yeah, thank you, Christos, also for the supporting words to the work of our community and how we can actually contribute to the development of major initiatives by the European Commission. Now, I'd like to turn to Senka, Pillar 4, Sustainable Tourism of the EU Strategy for Adriatic and Ionian region. What are the synergies? What are the complementarities with the work of the Mediterranean Multi-Program Coordination Mechanism? What are the specific topics and action you are working with? And really, what's the key to make sure that Interreg projects implementing on the ground are connected actually to the strategy? For us in the Mediterranean, in the global picture, I think it's a very important insight to understand how we can build avenues for convergence between projects and strategies.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to present the priorities of the Pillar 4 of EUSER, as well as our initiatives. They are all interconnected, and we have the common goals with MMM. So on the 7th May, European Commission has officially adopted communication and a revised action plan for the strategy of the Adriatic-Ionian region, and in this new communication, Adriatic-Ionian region is recognized as heavily dependent on tourism. So there is a clear need for better management and tourism streams, and we should avoid unemployment in low season and the negative impact of over-tourism. Action are also needed for raising the level of knowledge of sustainable and smart destination management among all tourism stakeholders. The new action plan in the field of sustainable tourism defines 3 main topics. The first topic is facilitating digital and green transition. And the main activities under this topic are setting up macro-regional networks and routes to promote collaboration of tourist destinations. Then we want to support member countries in progressing towards improved tourism data system that is in line with European data system, including using of tourism sustainability indicators. Then we want to help stakeholders to develop new capacities to integrate green and digital transition in tourism strategies. The second topic is on preparing for the future. There we want to improve knowledge, skills, and management. And main activities aim at increasing the level of knowledge and capacities about smart and sustainable destination management and adaptation of educational models and skills in tourism to new tourism trends and tourist needs. The new third topic is on greening of tourism products and services, where the main activities are connected to promotion of ecotourism, agritourism, and fishing tourism, promoting rural tourism, and promoting Mediterranean diet and local products. Activities of the first 2 topics related to green and digital transition, knowledge and skills, and sustainable management, we want to conduct through implementation of our 7 flagships we approved and developed in the previous period within the implementation of EUSER Facility Point project that was financed by Interreg Adrian program. Taking into account that our Pillar 4 flagships are the biggest opportunity for cooperation with MMM, I will shortly introduce them. So we have project Green Mapping. It is on developing a macro-regional network of sustainable tourism destinations. Then we have Project Living the Sea. It is about digitalization of culture, heritage of fishing traditions and fishing industry. Next project is DES-R. It is about integrated sustainable management of tourist destination in region when we want to analyze and reassess sustainable tourism education. Our aim is to develop an educational program and then pilot this educational program and set up trainings and networks of educators. The fourth project is Culture-R. It is survey on cultural tourism demand in the region when we want to collect information on profile, attitudes and consumption of visitors to culture attraction and events in order to enhance existing system of statistics on culture tourism. The next one is Cruise-R, and its aim is to prepare a destination management plan and action plan for promoting sustainable development of cruise destination in regions. Then we have also a project related to culture routes. It is to identify and develop a new governance model for culture routes that will increase local employment relation with local culture and contribute to reducing seasonality. And the last one is PRODES strategy, and its aim is to develop solutions for smart integrated destination management based on multiple intelligence systems. We want to improve positive macro-regional impact on destination management, and the aim is to develop system able to respond to all development challenges, needs, strengths, and risks. Regarding the implementation of our new topic of greening of tourism products and services, we currently talk about new possible flagships on Mediterranean diet, and thematic steering group members choose the promotion of Mediterranean diet as one of the most important actions because it plays a significant role in preserving and enhancing the culture, tourism, and identity of the Mediterranean region as a whole. Through the implementation of concrete measures, it is possible to create a sustainable tourism model that ensures the long-term competitiveness of destination without the negative consequences of unbalanced tourism. In addition to our flagship projects, we are also proud with our Pillar 4 thematic studies. The greatest success had the manual for participatory tourism, connecting community and culture through storytelling. Then we have also very useful handbooks on EUSAR gastro-tourism and EUSAR well-being tourism, as well as study on attitudes of the EUSAR visitors towards tourism. All of the studies are available to all stakeholders on the website of the Ministry of Tourism and Sport, as well as on the EUSAR official website, and I think that they are very relevant for development of sustainable tourism.
Okay. Thank you very much for this detailed insight. So my clock is marking 9 minutes. I started the 40 minutes countdown when we started actually this discussion, so I'd like to keep on time. If you can confirm that we still have this 9 minute running. Thank you, Karen. So let's make it like a discussion where we were preparing this workshop. We were really trying to explore together. I mean, in front of you, you have many project practitioners united now through a coordination mechanism. So in terms of contributing to your initiatives, in terms also for them, in terms of advice on how we can really move from this project dimension to a more like positive policy impact, which is always a challenge within the Interreg community. How you see the way that the project dimension can connect with the more policy-oriented dimension, with the strategic initiative you've been presenting. What do you expect from our community, and really how can we work together for the benefit of Mediterranean territories? Adriana, if you want to share this, I'd like to ask you quick insights because the time is running. Thank you.
I'll be as brief as possible. No, just say that here we're again really talking about what is at the core of today's gathering, today's meeting: capitalization, coordination, convergence, which is at the core of the UFM's approach and agenda that I shared with you on sustainable economy and environment at large, but also specifically on tourism, maritime and coastal tourism, and also linking, let's say, to the hinterland. Maybe just to say, I mean, my feeling, not being on your side of the equation, although I am, let's say, more of a project person, I know what it is to work on projects actually very well. Our feeling as UFM is that we are really on the right track, and that there's, despite the complex, historical phase that the region is going through at the moment, there's also a lot to be extremely optimistic about, I think. So I think that today we are, in a way, setting a foundation, that has taken, I think, a lot of work. This is something that emerges from years of close coordination, of strategic coordination, constant, daily, and that hasn't been an easy exercise. But today we're really setting the foundation of a new way of working, in a way, more looking towards large-scale programmatic coordination, and really today is a testament of this. So really to mark today as I think, a landmark moment moving forward. Maybe just to say, in the annual report that I was mentioning that was presented at our last UFM Regional Platform on Sustainable Economy, that took stock of, let's say, the progress as reported by the countries in the framework of the monitoring, reporting, and evaluation mechanism of the ministerial roadmap. Actually, it emerged that, and you know this again better than I do, an important portion, let's say, of the Interreg projects that are already working on sustainable tourism and sustainable maritime and coastal tourism, I think it was up around 30%, already are focusing on capitalization. So certainly we can do better, and this mechanism, the MMM, will help us to mainstream this approach even further. We heard today about the need for, which will come, I'm sure, specific capitalization calls, new capitalization calls, and then the MMM, I mean, you'll tell me, but this is, as I understand it, a first pilot exercise focusing on sustainable maritime tourism because of the importance, of course, it has in the region, but this could be replicated potentially to other topics in the future. And maybe, I'll skip maybe some thoughts I wanted to share, and I'll just go linking a bit more to the post-2027. Would you like us to?
Yeah, also, but maybe I'd like to give the floor also to Christos on this connection between the mechanism and your initiative, the broad initiatives you are being implementing. Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think we've heard a lot since this morning about the way you are working already, and the results that you will be bringing out of this capitalization and synergies can feed to these different initiatives. Otherwise, isolated projects that produce a report which is filed somewhere between the partners do not produce any effect. So I think the essence of your work is really the key for the success of how to perpetuate results. I also heard, so on all these initiatives that are now in the making by the Commission, I think the partners in the projects, well, in many cases you have administrations, you have all the possible, let's say, contributors to these open consultations that we run from the Commission in the consultation phase. Then, particularly for the Mediterranean, I forgot to mention, but it was mentioned by the Commissioner herself this morning, the Pact for the Mediterranean is coming up also in the autumn. And this will bring, again, focus on specific fields of cooperation between the two sides of the Med. I mean, the work is progressing a lot already internally. Consultations are ongoing with the countries. So I'm sure there is a way to feed in some of your discussions into this. And for me, and I heard it this morning also, the fact that we need to work both bottom up and top down, and this is, I think, the biggest of the challenges in being in time as well when you do that, because certain things are, coming out very quickly from the EU, and then you have really to have the results there to be able to influence. Then last thing that I kept also from what you said this morning, and I believe is the key to the success and to feed in the different policies, is how you implement results of the projects at local level. And this is really also something which gives the survivability of the work that you are doing and prove the success of it. This is, I think, the challenge that you all have to face, and I'm looking particularly to those that, you know, are really developing the solutions at local level as a result of the work they do in projects. This is, I think, your ticket to demonstrate that the projects do not end with the end of the contract, that they produce useful work, and this useful work then feeds the policy, and it goes in a broader scale and in a broader, even sea basin and European. So that's a little bit the story I wanted to tell you on how I see the influence of the work under the MMM and what all the rest that is coming from the EU.
Thank you, Christos, and it's a message also we always share with our community of projects, also looking at the broader picture, not looking at the EU funding as the end, at the starting and the end point, but really to keep that momentum. So your words really fully resonate with what we try also to share with our community. We have 1 minute left. Your final remarks, Senka, and then I'll give the floor to Karen. Thank you.
So I think that MMN and its sustainable tourism toolkit could be very useful for our common goal, which is to support and make tourism more sustainable. Although we spoke about sustainable tourism more than a decade, we still have not reached the desired goal. So I think that MMM is one of the possible platforms that can support the exchange of good practices, exchange of results, of using innovative solutions to combat unbalanced tourism and over-tourism, as well as to possible upgrade the improvement of already existing solutions.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks to all the speakers. It was not an easy task after the lunch, but I see that the room is full. Nobody's sleeping as far as I can see from here. So really thank you for keeping us engaged into the discussion, and really a message to the community of projects is always try to connect reference to the broader strategies, try to deliver from the ground to the bigger perspective, really, and it will make our community and our projects really more impactful and contributing to broader goals. So, Karen, up to you. I'd like to invite you for a family picture and a big round of applause.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much, Martin, and thank you again to your fabulous panelists and to contributing. So we'll have the family photograph. Thank you very much. Thank you. So now we come to the final segment of today's plenary sessions before the workshops begin. This session is going to focus on sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean trends and future perspectives. We've two keynote speakers who will each deliver a short keynote speech. They're going to talk about the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, the MSSD, sharing insights on policy coordination and governance, and they will provide strong examples of how combining different approaches can enhance impact in the region. So I'd like our two keynote speakers to please join me on stage. Marina Markovic, Senior Program Officer with PAC, RAC, UNEP and MAP. So Marina, if you could kindly come on stage. And also joining Marina is Julia Balistraki, Tourism Policy and Project Officer, Eco-Union, Blue Tourism Initiative Project. Now, as far as I'm aware, you are each delivering keynote speeches with a presentation. Okay, so Marina, do you want to come here first? I'll hand over this podium to you. And are you comfortable with your slides or in place and everything?
Should be here. I don't know how
there is your clicker. Great, okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for being today here in Split, which is my hometown. So as said, my name is Marina Markovic, and I'm representing Barcelona Convention, the Regional Sea Convention for the Mediterranean, dealing with the protection of our joint marine resource, and representing the UNEP, United Nations Environment Programme Mediterranean Action Plan. So this is just to change the format of how the discussions throughout the whole day have been taking place. Julia and myself, we prepared a little bit of slides for you. So I would first like to start with few numbers. These are not super recent, but I think they show the trend that I think we all perfectly know on the importance and relevance of tourism. So these come from the study of 2022, but actually are based on some data before on number of tourists in the Mediterranean. As you can see, it's quite large in 2019. It was a little bit of drop during the COVID, but of course it's starting to rise again. In the Mediterranean coastal area, tourism accounts for over 70% of production and gross value added. Of course, it has a significant employment impact. In 2015, it was 11.5%, and there were some projections, made in 2017, but about to expected reach of 12.5% of regional GDP, which I think more or less we are already there. Of course, we spoke a lot about sustainable tourism and such, we can call it in different names. It offers great opportunities for employment, for social communities. Of course, it offers some opportunities for the environment, but we still need to know, and this has been mentioned throughout the whole morning, that there are some significant threats that tourism is causing to the environment in terms of pollution, in particularly in terms of the pressure to the water resources, disturbance to the habitats, but also to the local communities. Also, this is the study recently published about the future perspectives on how we see Mediterranean, or how experts see Mediterranean in 2050, that has been produced in the framework of the Barcelona Convention. I don't know how much you can see, but here on the right, there are a number of different components that have been studied, and how, based on different scenarios, what are the expected impacts or results in 2050. So, of course, unfortunately for the Mediterranean, climate is going to rise for sure, at least 2.2%, even up to 2.5%. And what I forgot to say, that among all these elements, you don't see tourism. But actually, tourism is somehow involved in all these elements, either as being the victim of these changes, or being one of the, sources of these problems. Another thing is population. Population, for sure, is going to rise based on all the scenarios. Plastic pollution is also rising a lot, increase to a factor of 1.5 to 2. Water shortage risk, unfortunately, as well. So by 2050, it says that almost the entire population of the Mediterranean will be suffering from water shortages. Energy as well. Then urbanization. It's been expected that urbanization is going to rise based on all the scenarios. When we speak about urbanization, I would like to stop for a moment, and this is also something we did in 2015, but it shows the trend of urbanization on the coastline, and actually within the belt of the coast of 1 kilometer. And since 1975, you can see the growth of this urbanization, which is really, really significant. And in some countries, it goes up to 50% of urbanization. Having in mind we are in Croatia, I would just like to stop a little bit on Croatia as well. We are famous for being a beautiful country with a good nature. And if you saw the previous graph, Croatia is, let's say, Croatia is somewhere in the bottom. But this is mainly due to the fact that we have almost 6,000 kilometers of the coastline. We have more than 1,000 islands, and one of the questions this morning was also about this. So, yeah, we are in the bottom in terms of urbanization of the coastline. But if we compare data from 1960 to 2000, and it's already a long time ago, we can see that one generation spent almost 4 times more coastline of all the generations before. So it's really, the trend is something that is quite disturbing. And having in mind that Croatia is one of the countries that is having a drop in the population, I can tell you that this is mainly also due to the tourism. And this is something we really need to have in mind when we think about sustainable tourism and tourism in general. So being the organization that deals with the coastal zone, and this is what we do, we think of tourism as one of the key segments, one of the key sectors of the coastal communities, and we don't consider tourism on an isolated manner, but also as part of its interaction with other ones. This is why we deal with tourism as part of the integrated coastal zone management. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the concept, but it's the concept that considers the coast not just as the land, but also land and the sea. So it considers its continuum. It considers all the impacts between different activities, between activities and the environment, etc. So this integrated concept is very important, because when we think about tourism, we think in terms of the integrated assessment, cumulative assessment of impacts, but also interactions, in terms of integrated policies, involvement of stakeholders, and also in terms of producing different tools and concepts, how to empower coastal communities, that we also heard in the previous session, where tourism is really an important part. So thinking about today, of course, but also in particular about future funding programs within the Interreg, I think it's important to take into consideration all the strategic documents and all the initiatives, not just those that are dealing with the sub-region in the Mediterranean, like Adriatic, West Mediterranean, etc., but also those that are cross-Mediterranean, pan-Mediterranean. And this strategy is the one that you can see here, is the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development. Barcelona Convention is being coordinating its implementation, but it's been developed and adopted by all the member states, all the countries of the Mediterranean, and also all the key international institutions. So current Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development is up to 2025, so it's the end, but we are in the process of updating it, and today actually is the final meeting of the Mediterranean Commission for Sustainable Development, discussing the final version of the strategy for 2035. So, of course, I will not go into details of the strategy, but just to underline how this strategy is really considering sustainability, thinking about the social, the quality of life of the Mediterranean, and of course of the ecosystems, how they should be healthy, productive, conserved, restored, etc. It deals with different cross-cutting issues, different themes, such as sea and coast, natural resources, energy, food, ecosystem nexus, sustainable cities, climate, governance, and of course important transition towards a green and blue economy. So this strategy is dealing with all these cross-cutting topics in 6 different objectives, in the strategic priorities, and then very specific actions. So none of these objectives is really about sustainable tourism, but actually tourism is really interlinked in each and one of them, because tourism, as I said before, is not something we can think in an isolated manner, but looking through it in different prisms. And just to, so you see, oh my God, sorry.
I will gonna have to ask you to just finish up, Marina.
Okay,
yeah,
so I'm just, you saw that it was also the end. So just to say, in one of these strategic objectives, we are dealing with the sustainability and the transition to green and blue economy. And actually, one of the key flagship initiatives is the one dealing as an activity, dealing with sustainable tourism. And Julia will tell you more about it. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Marina. Thank you. Some very stark findings and statistics in your slides there. So we're going to hear from Julia now. Julia, you have a maximum of 10 minutes because we need to get on with the workshops. Thank you very much.
Okay, I will try my best. No. Okay. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being still here with us. I'm Julia. I'm Tourism Policy and Project Officer at Eco-Union. We are a Think to Do Think based in Barcelona, and we are co-leading this project called Blue Tourism Initiative. Well, thank you for inviting us, considering that we are kind of outsider of the Interreg family. So it's a pleasure to share with you the insight from the project. The Blue Tourism Initiative aims to improve the governance of coastal and marine tourism to ensure sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development and address the associated environmental, health, social, cultural, and economic challenges in the Mediterranean, the Western Indian Ocean, and the Caribbean through this type of approach. So a bottom-up approach to mobilize both public and private stakeholders, especially the one at the local level, and also facilitating the pilot action in 12 of the pilot sites that we are working and are spread between the 3 regions that I mentioned. The project is co-led by IDRI and Eco-Union, but we are also collaborating at the regional level with the IUCN Center for the Mediterranean Cooperation, Canary in the Caribbean, and Cordio in the Western Indian Ocean. The project lasts for 4 years, was launched in 2022, and will end next year, and we count with a budget of 4.3 million. And this is thanks mainly by the French Facility for Global Environmental, FFM, and supported by also our Blue Future, which is another initiative based in the Western Indian Ocean. The project is structured mainly in 3 components. The first one is linked to the diagnosis and state of play of blue tourism that we work at different level. The second component is the implementation of pilot actions within the different 12 pilots. And the third one is outreach, knowledge sharing, and raise awareness. Here, quickly, regarding the first component, at the global level, we analyze trends and challenges and opportunity and propose some policy pathways, while regionally, we conducted details assessment looking into trends, challenges, and opportunity. And I would like to flag that we are ready to release this report that we develop in collaboration with the IUCN, just for your information. And regarding the pilot size level, the diagnosis was basically first a review of blue tourism trends and needs for the different pilots, and these diagnoses helped us to co-design with the communities some action plans to implement in each one of the pilot sites. Here you can see the pilots. They, as I was saying, are in the Mediterranean, the Western Indian Ocean, and the Caribbean. I would like, to mention some example from one example, actually, from the Mediterranean. I selected the Morocco case. We are working with IUCN in Morocco, specifically in Al-Qassemia National Park. The goal here is to work all year round and develop these ecotourism products, especially applying the MED network approach. And here you can see also the progress that we have made so far in this pilot size. In particular, the approach and the sites was selected since IUCN was already working there through Interreg project, the NEXT. So the idea was to capitalize actually of some of the activities and outcomes of this project. And this approach has been the one implemented in all the sites. That means the idea of capitalizing on previous projects that the partner was already handling and synergize, avoiding replication, overlapping, etc. And also the fatigue of the local communities involved. Furthermore, in each pilots, we followed similar implementation methodologies, as mean we identify a national coordinator or an implementation unit. That is, let's say, our local hub there in the pilots, and then we try to sign different agreements with different local stakeholders and secure engagement also with private sectors. And in all the sites, we launched different fundraising training workshops. Specifically, in Morocco, for example, we established a local ecotourism cluster. And this structure, this cluster idea is also being implemented in the different pilots in the Caribbean and in the Western Indian Ocean. Well, here are also other actions, but due to the time, I will skip it. And as I was saying, component 3 is mainly related to the mainstreaming of sustainable tourism in the marine areas, particularly trying to promote the share lessons from pilot projects to facilitate their scale-up. We are, of course, trying to promote and foster regional cooperation by drafting roadmaps in the different regions, increase the awareness of tourism stakeholders, and foster collaboration among different programs and regions. So as also Marina mentioned, we are currently working on this Mediterranean flagship on blue tourism embedded within the MMSD. Eco-Union with IDRI, IUCN, and Plan B are co-leading, we are the core team. And the idea is to endorse and support field and policy activities in the Mediterranean countries, especially promoting the collaboration between the north and the south shoulder of the Mediterranean, and also using the pilot size of the blue tourism as grounding activities. We are right now looking at having an open dialogue with different countries to get supports and more funds, and well, this is the main idea after that. And well, thank you so much for your attention. Here is also my contact, just in case you have further doubts.
Okay, thank you very much, Julia. Thank you very much. So, Julia and Marina, thank you so much for your presentations. I think they've given us a lot of insights into where we are in terms of trends and future perspectives when it comes to sustainable tourism in the Mediterranean. So now we are going to go for the workshops. We're running around 15 minutes late, but these workshop sessions are designed primarily for the beneficiaries of the Interreg programs within the Mediterranean multi-program mechanism. So they'll provide you with an opportunity to encourage capitalisation, dialogue, exchange, share solutions within a structured common framework. So the first 3 workshops are on the same floor as this conference room. The other 2 workshops are on the floor upstairs. You will see now a breakdown of where those workshops are. I think when you registered on your badge, you should have the colour and the name, the title of the workshop you have registered for. There are screens around the place, so I don't think you should have a problem finding those. Then after you finish the workshops, there'll be a little bit of a break, and then you're all very welcome to the networking cocktail reception, which will be out on the terrace from 1800 to 2000. So enjoy your workshops, and I will see you again tomorrow. Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.